The World Cup semifinals roll on. Yesterday, Spain kept a clean sheet against France with a 2-0 victory. Today, England and Argentina duke it out at 3 o'clock. Training camp almost upon us in the NFL. The Bills start 2 weeks from today. They also made a waiver claim yesterday for wide receiver Quentin Skinner of the New York Jets, and they released wide receiver Devin Tompkins. Around the NFL, ESPN's Jeremy Fowler reports that at least 5 teams have been checking in on free agent wide receiver Stephon Diggs. Giants head coach John Harbaugh said that wide receiver Malik Neighbors, who's been dealing with a knee injury, is expected to work his way into practice as training camp begins. And in baseball, the American League defeated the National League in the All-Star Game 4-0. Back to business as the Mets take on the Phillies tomorrow at 7:10, and many other teams resume the season on Friday. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
It's Jeremy White.
Hey, everybody. I have an animal topic right out the gate.
Okay.
If you're...
Back-to-back days with animal topics.
Yeah.
I'm in.
It's a little bit related to that big giant bison.
Okay.
In that we're talking about movement patterns.
I saw a story yesterday from TMZ that the bison will not be euthanized.
If they had done that, it would have been a national nightmare.
Right. Were we considering that?
I would have been like, all right, let's go. I'm going to protest that. Absolutely not.
It was a wild bison that actually spared the life. Joe had given us the facts earlier that they will keep going usually, and he stopped.
Yeah.
Maybe to chase other.
Maybe he tagged somebody else.
People.
I don't care. You went into his house.
Does that bison deserve a medal for not just trampling that guy?
Maybe. Right.
Something.
He made,
something.
He showed some restraint.
Yeah. If they had, that would have been an international scandal. I had not even considered that was a topic.
No, me either.
No, my quick thing on animals here. You're familiar with the term deer in headlights, right?
Yes.
Yeah. You get a deer in your headlights and it freezes.
Yes.
That's what deer in headlights means. Is there any other animal reference that is made about sports more? Right? This coach on the sideline, he looks like a deer in headlights. He's just shocked, doesn't know what to do, can't move, frozen. All right. Anyway.
We're that's replaceable now with they're seeing ghosts.
Yeah,
right?
That's right. Sam Darnold made that popular.
But that's the one that we get used.
Pretty popular one.
That gets used the most.
So I have had, how many times have you seen a deer driving? Lots. How many times has a deer your vehicle event happened? I have had one contact and then today, which was no contact, but very close. And I have not, in both cases, it's not been deer in headlights. It's been more along the lines of deer do not have the ability to put a foot in the dirt and cut back.
Right.
That's the thing. But I've hit a deer once very lightly because this thing, I could see it, I could identify it. This would have been 15 years ago. It's walking/running, and I'm going slow. I'm like, I'll slower. Buddy, you got to get off this angle.
Make a call.
You're Jordan Poyer against Tyreek Hill in 13. You're not going to make this.
Right.
Make a move here, right? And he just flat out walked directly into my hood of my truck. This is what are you doing? And then walked away. He was fine. That was 15 years ago. Today, baby deer, same thing, fawn. I'm driving. Yeah. I see it. I slam on the brakes, and this thing's just it's almost like it wants the hood.
It
It wants it.
Yeah.
Foot in the dirt. Cut back.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
These deer would be so much better off if they just learned one cutback move.
That's so funny because I've never had a deer experience in my life, but my best buddy Drew has a story where he was driving late at night in like South Buffalo on one of those bridges that go over the trail racks or the train rails.
Yeah.
I don't know what I crossed up a couple of words there, but
6:05.
and yeah, we're getting there. And he was driving over that, and he saw what he thought was a person walking down the bridge, and it turned out it was a deer. And as he passed it, it did put a foot in the dirt and just ran straight into his like passenger side door.
Yeah.
Like didn't even like it was never on track to be hit.
Yeah.
And just like ran into his car. It was like, dude,
That's
what are you doing? And he had to like stop and like, what is this deer? The deer was fine. It just ran away. But he was like, my door's got a dent now because this deer just decided it wanted to headbutt my car.
That's my experience with this. And if you've Joe, Callie, you ever deer incidents on the road?
I've never hit one.
You think it's going to be like blocky chargy. Would it? And I'm sure it is plenty times.
Right.
Yeah.
What it's been for me is we see each other, and I have to say to him, "Don't you hit me."
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm 1 for 2. I got out of the way today because he was trying.
Yeah. They I don't know. There's something about it.
They got a thirst for hoods.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
guess so.
You just get that one overconfident deer once in a while.
Right.
I have no deer experience on the road, really.
You know?
I've
Not
never
hitting one.
Actually, I said 2. I have 3. The other one was a deer in headlights where there's one there and stood. I forgot about this one. This was even further back. I'm in high school at this point. And I swerve and lose control and put my car into a ditch.
Oh man.
Oh,
And
really?
I did not hit the deer.
Wow.
So
yeah.
today would have been number 3. That one was the scary one. The other 2 would have been
Right.
more like the, hey, please don't try to walk into my car.
Right. I had to dodge I don't know if it was it was some sort of bigger than a deer animal that was on my way back. It was in Colorado on my way back from New Mexico one of the time. Like early in the trip, that would have been a real issue had I crashed into that one. That would have been like the very start of my like get home for summer.
Yeah.
Oh, you just wrecked your car in Colorado.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Tough.
Like that would have been
That is
bad.
tough.
I had a similar experience to you where it was almost running parallel to my vehicle on the road I was on, and it just wouldn't make a decision to go either cross the street or go back into the woods, and I was just driving at 5 miles an hour, trailing this thing.
It wanted you. It wanted to hit you.
It did.
Yeah.
It didn't hit me though. I've never, knock on wood, I've never had an experience. So
I did have a Costanza-like moment recently where there were birds in the road, and I was driving, and what do you expect?
They will move.
They will move. They will fly out of the way, and I'm getting closer. I'm like, they don't appear to be in a rush here to move.
Like baby geese crossing, is that what it was?
No.
Because they tend to not get out of the way.
No, they I would have an understanding and expect, like, I've got to slow down for them. No, these are birds that can fly.
Yeah, just telling you no.
Yeah. It's George and Seinfeld. Like, we have a deal. Like, you are supposed to fly out of the way.
Yeah.
They did, but it was, like, at the wire.
Oh yeah.
Like,
that's been happening.
I
a
would
lot
have had
more
to make a
frequently.
decision. Am I slamming on the brakes here, or am I slamming on the brakes, basically? There's no one around me.
We're saying birds are getting more bold here with this?
Yes,
Maybe.
we're getting some daredevil
Maybe
birds.
they're evolving over time to be more comfortable with the car's
Yeah,
presence.
that
and
sounds
they're
right.
just sorta,
That sounds right. Well, anyway, congrats to that deer. We avoided each other.
well done.
Deer was fine.
Well, the deer maybe was let down. The deer was going for contact.
Yeah.
Might have been looking, Maybe it's a Josh Allen deer wakes up every day and says, I need to get hit once.
Yeah, I was just
want to
gonna
get
say.
hit.
You know what I'm going to do this morning?
Get a little contact with a truck.
See those cars? I'm just going to ram one.
Just one. Just a little shoulder into one just to feel awake this morning.
I gotta show those goats what's up.
Right.
They think they got the headbutt game on lock.
Right.
I'm gonna show them.
Yeah.
Other phrases in sports, by the way, the turtling in hockey
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
and alligator arms in football.
Love it.
Right.
I think that might be
Calvin Benjamin had those.
yeah. See, he's not the guy I would have thought of for alligator arms, but okay.
Don't poke the bear.
Oh, there you go.
Don't poke the bear.
Sure.
Right.
The gazelle reference a lot to
A
like
lot of gazelles.
Yeah.
That's
Very-
right. A lot
yeah.
of gazelles.
What?
that
Like
guy-
he leaped like a
He
gazelle.
runs like a gazelle.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could this bison incident in Yellowstone lead to a new
Oh yeah.
Some sort of chant.
Watch for the Bison charge, or I don't know what something.
I mean, the Bills have not done anything with it yet. I saw the Buccaneers Twitter account had a meme of some sort using it, and the Bills have not they've not touched it yet. Won't they? What are the odds they will
don't
do
they have
something with
to
the video or the guy? Or
reach out to the person that owns the video. Reach out to the guy and say, we want to make use of this at the new stadium. You just go ahead and put like the Patriots logo on it, and after a touchdown, you buck that thing 8 feet into the air.
Yeah.
It feels like the Bills should be. Is there a meeting down there that they discuss this? All right, hey, we're going to look to get the rights to this Buffalo video so we can use it when we want to.
Right.
I mean, I'm into it.
It seems like they have to do something with it.
Yeah.
They're probably just planning something bigger than maybe a meme like Tampa Bay was, so they're sort of sitting on it.
All right, let's get stupid. We create a inflate, and by the way, this is all fine because the guy that got hurt was making fun of himself and laughing about it and happy.
Right.
We create a blow-up balloon, like a outdoor balloon. Doesn't have to be outdoor balloon, like a helium balloon in the shape of the guy getting flipped in the air, and you hang it near the giant bison outside the stadium. So that there's always a buffalo hitting a guy 8 feet into the air.
I like this.
Can someone make that balloon?
Sure.
All right.
Absolutely.
Well, if you can do it, do it. Get that picture. Let's go. Right outside of Family Circle.
Yeah.
With like a
good old Carl getting hoisted 8 feet into the air.
Carl.
Yes. I feel like a hologram reenacting the thing may fit more with the sort of vibe of the whole stadium. So to get some sort of, reenactment going.
I like it.
That could help.
Flapright City almost hit a cow in the middle of the night in rural North Carolina woods.
That's a bad.
That would do some
I feel like that
damage.
would stop you cold.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah.
a lot of meat.
that's you're in some trouble. That's like a moose. The moose. You seen what happens when you hit a moose?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
take
yeah.
the legs out
Yeah.
and you drive straight into the moose part.
You've been to Ireland.
I was just going to ask you.
sheep in the road.
I remember at least one time there was like a sheep crossing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That happens a lot.
Where you had to wait.
And if you didn't wait, you'd hit like 60.
Oh,
'Cause
there's
lot of them.
there's no continuing on.
Right.
You are waiting for them. As soon as they're done, then you can continue on.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
No.
So anyway, good morning. 803-0550, our phone number. Happy Wednesday. We got Belknap Heating Hot and Cold from Mr. Joe Cali coming up. We're going to do that early today. We're going to do that at 7 o'clock. And at 9 o'clock, Mitchell Clinton, who is the television color analyst for the Winnipeg Jets. He's on Jets broadcasts, so he's in the booth with the Jets. We'll talk to him about not even just like Connor Hellebuck and the trade idea, but what's their plan? Because that does feel like that is central to this. What's their plan? And that's coming up at 9 o'clock today. So that's the schedule. That's what we're looking at.
Never thought about Winnipeg this much in my life.
Right. You wonder if they think they could, why don't we just be Montreal? We'll have one bad year and then kind of get back. That's what Montreal had one bad year where they went and picked first.
Right.
And then they were kind of back.
They were young though, pretty quickly.
That's right.
Winnipeg is a little bit old.
Old, but under contract between Scheifele and yesterday we got a call on Kyle Connor, Josh Morrissey.
Yeah, their guys are
like they have probably too many good players to be bad and go to the bottom. So
yep, that's right.
Which, by the way, of all the teams that should consider tanking ever to get a great player, they're at the top of the list because much like Buffalo, the idea you're going to get that guy other ways is difficult.
I saw a rumor that they could get Logan Stanley back.
Oh,
So that's good for them. Maybe. I mean, he's there. Have you seen the reports about like what his ask is or what like is close to it?
Yeah,
like it's maybe we're so late in the process that deal won't happen for him. But I remember July 1st, right when free agency started, it's like, oh, he's going to get like 4 years, $5 million per year. Like what?
I think the most incredible thing about Logan Stanley, due respect to his time here, he came and he was a contributor, he played, is a guy that came in with that size and reputation, played here, and I feel like we have heard nearly zero they should bring him back.
Oh, I have
none of it, which
nothing,
is kind of amazing for a guy that the reputation that he came in with when they traded for him, it just feels like he never quite did the thing that the reputation said.
He got in a fight in game 2 when they were getting smoked by the Bruins.
Yeah.
And like that's
maybe a guy that challenged him even against San Jose. He got in a fight against San Jose, I thought too, but maybe
he got in a fight against Brady Tkachuk.
That's right.
in the regular season, right? But that was because of history from their time when he was with the Jets. So, yeah, no, not here at all. I don't think that's in the cards.
Norm in the chat writes in, I was driving on I-80 through Nebraska once, and 3 a.m, a semi-truck hits a buffalo in the middle of the road, and the truck was destroyed.
Wow.
Yeah. You might as well hit like a bridge abutment if you're hitting a buffalo.
A semi was destroyed?
That's what it said.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, 803-0550.
I mean, it's like hitting a 2,200-pound rock in the middle of the road.
We are also about to potentially re-experience smoke season.
Yeah.
They've been getting the warnings. Was that 2 years ago or further back? 3 years ago?
It was maybe both. It was definitely 3 years ago because I remember the week of my wedding, which is 2023, wondering if we were going to have to move inside.
Because of air quality?
Yeah, and our wedding was on a Friday, and I think on the Monday and Tuesday, it was like as thick as you've ever seen the smoke in the sky. And it had cleared on the Thursday, and we were okay. But it definitely was the summer of 23. Maybe that's this summer that it was the worst. It was bad.
There was one, where like whatever the number is got up over 250.
Yep. And like you would see pictures of like New York City or Philadelphia, and it looked like an apocalypse.
Yeah.
The pictures of the cities really with the smoke, bright yellow or orange, and then I think maybe both of the last 2 summers. Maybe it's just a yearly occurrence now that we get it at some point. Because I remember it last year for like a week. Not terrible.
I don't remember it all last year, but I'll take your word for it. But it's supposed to be
could have been 2 years ago.
Coming through tomorrow and maybe Friday, right? That there are Ontario wildfires and might sweep through the area.
Yep.
So something to watch. Air quality index is something to watch for the week.
And it's already warm, so.
Yeah, the forecast it's hot and humid. It is high of 89 today.
Yeah.
And going to be humid as well. The real field temperature, we're looking at like 90 degrees this afternoon.
Did you see the video of the train in Ontario with the fire around it?
No.
Find that. I retweeted. I retweeted it from my account. Like, it is. Oh.
Maybe I did. I saw one video from up there, and I didn't identify what it was. I thought it was a house, but is it inside of a train?
It was the inside of a train surrounded by flames, and it just looks like,
terrifying.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's where the deer came from, He's on the move.
They're moving down south from they're moving away from the fire.
803-0550, the phone number, 1-888-550-2550. 2 weeks from today, the Bills go to training camp. We've had our little share of football conversation. I talked yesterday with Carl Jones, Channel 4. He's going to come on Friday. He and I did an episode of he challenged me to something. I won't tell too much of it because, it's the episode's coming out, and he and I are talking about the best Bills Josh Allen team, which was all 22 starting positions, the best they've had at that position. What does the team look like, right? You're going wide receivers, tight ends.
Okay, I can pick anybody from any
teams. Era. The parameters are what you want. Would you pick Vaughn because Vaughn was the best player that ever played for them at defensive end in this run here? And anyway, through it, I came upon and kind of discovered, you talk something out, that I have a standard for DJ Moore that I think we could maybe apply. You can agree or you cannot. When putting together the all Allen team, the best team Josh Allen ever played with, Carl asked me to put out 3 receivers.
Yeah. Okay.
3 receivers.
I'm going to guess that you went with Diggs, obviously.
I did.
You went with Cole Beasley.
I did.
And John Brown.
Not quite.
Emmanuel Sanders.
Yes.
Okay.
I went with Diggs, Beasley, and Sanders. And then I immediately realized they were all here at the same time.
They were.
They had them all at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And, we keep going. And who's the best tight end? I said, Dawson Knox. It's 4. They were all here at the same time.
Right, yeah.
I'm going availability, and Knox.
All right, yeah.
In this scenario, we're playing 11 personnel, so I need my tight end to block.
Yep.
Like, they had it all together at the same time. And should DJ Moore be in that group of receivers? Maybe. Does he have to be better than Emmanuel Sanders? How's that?
He has to be better than Emmanuel Sanders. Yes.
Emmanuel Sanders was good
Yes, he was.
His production might not have been crazy. I mean, he's like the third option there. He went for 626 yards, but, yards per catch, Sanders did it on 42 catches. So he has to be more productive than Emmanuel Sanders.
Yeah.
Will he be better than Emmanuel Sanders? Like, to me, Sanders was, better than Gabe Davis, of course, and Davis is in this conversation too. But for DJ Moore, the goal is that if you asked this question next year, he would be on the list. That's it. You don't have to be as good as Diggs.
Yep.
But you probably have to be the best outside receiver they've had other than Diggs. Just be second. Better than Cooper was. Better than Mac Hollins was. Better than
Gabe Davis was.
It's a pretty low bar, But there it is. That's the bar. Next year, if Carl asks me to do the same thing, I get to confidently, easily say, all right, well, Diggs, Beasley, Moore, and just move right along. And erase the history of everybody else.
I mean, I would say it's likely that will happen, won't it?
Yeah, I'm optimistic that it probably will.
I don't want to just go, he has to clear 742 yards, and then, bam, it's made the list. Davis had a season, actually maybe 2, where he had more yardage than that, and I wouldn't put Gabe Davis on that list above Sanders or John Brown. And you're not doing that either there, because John Brown had a 1,000-yard season with Josh Allen, and Sanders did not. But what are the odds that Moore looks like an obvious upgrade or is at least on par with those two guys? Which is not superstar.
No.
It's just, this guy's pretty good. And he gets open and he makes tough enough catches, and he's got a speed element to his game, and he looks dangerous out there. And it doesn't look like, they're just throwing him the ball because they have nobody else to throw the ball to. That would be a standard for Moore on that. I think really he just has to be as good as those two with more targets, right? Like if Sanders, maybe he wouldn't have been able to do this because of his age. How old was he with the Bills? 35? That if the Bills had not had Stephon Diggs on that team, how many targets would Emmanuel Sanders have got? 100?
Oh, yeah, probably. He got 72.
And then you would have been talking about him having a better year than he actually had. He just didn't need to have a bigger, better year because they had an alpha on the team. This team doesn't have that. So if Moore is just that good, Sanders good, Brown good, but there isn't a Diggs over top of him, then the production should come along with it.
How many targets for Moore? And I ask this for a specific reason because I also have a fantasy point to bring up later.
I listened to a fantasy conversation this morning about DJ Moore specifically.
Yeah.
And the range of outcomes that was described was that he doesn't have a really low floor. He's going to get
peppered with targets.
I think they said 90 plus.
Okay.
He's going to get at least 90 targets. And that the high end is he's getting 150.
Okay. Where do you think it is? You think 130 could really happen? Like right in the 120 in the middle?
Yeah, I think it could.
Okay.
I mean, if he's as good as Joe Brady said earlier in the offseason, that when he watched the tape last year of him in Chicago, which was statistically his worst season by far, that he still saw the same player in there. And if he's right, and that Moore just wasn't a good fit with Ben Johnson, and he found his way out of the offense because they had other mouths to feed and other good players. Adunze's good, and Burden's good, and Loveland is great. That, okay, if that is true, and Moore is falling to a role where he's running routes out of the backfield in Chicago, and you're not going to really be involved game to game here. You still saw him make incredible plays, right?
Yeah.
Last year, I mean, didn't he have that, was that a playoff game? Down the field.
Against the Packers.
Game-winning catch in the end zone. He had some incredible plays. So
Which is pretty much what they need, a big money guy.
Right.
A guy in the moment. They need a guy to complete the final act.
So if Brady's correct, which is, no, I think the player is still in there, and it just wasn't a fit in that offense, then he's getting he's never really had a season other than last year where he's been below 120-ish targets.
Right. 2 years ago, 2024, it depends what your metric is. He did not have a good year by yards per target 2 years ago.
But he got fed.
Right, because he got 966 yards on 140 targets.
Right, yeah.
Which You mean quarterback era? That's the first year of Caleb Williams under Matt Eberflus. That's
All right.
To me, that's pretty rough.
Yeah, yards per target, that's the worst season of his career.
That's 6.9.
Yeah.
And then last season, same quarterback, different offense, better supporting cast. His yards per target was much more respectable. It was
8.
8 from 6.9 up to 8, a full yard per target. So 8 yards per target. If the Bills come in and he's the same player as that, and he gets 120 targets, like that's close to 1,000 yards.
Right. Like I don't want to just do counting, like because if he had 2 very different seasons with Joe Brady, and which of these are better? One is to me far better than the other. Year 1 with Joe Brady in Carolina, he had 1,100 yards on 118 targets.
Mm-hmm.
10 yards per target. That's the best of his career. What do you have the next year? Oh, 1,100 yards. How many targets?
163. Same number of touchdowns.
And is that as much as I want the Bills to throw the ball more, is DJ Moore having 111 or 1,100 yards on 163 targets a good result for the Bills this season?
It's probably not. It's also probably not likely.
I was going to say, it's almost not worth talking because there's no way he's getting 160.
Right. And one thing about the league that has changed, like that's 2021. The league has become so much more for offenses about efficiency. Mm-hmm. And Rich Rebar did a lot on this on like the changing trends and 13 personnel and what's happening in the league. And the thing that's happening is scoring is up and yards are down because possessions are down and drives are down, but teams are scoring with an efficiency that we haven't seen before. So interesting stuff. And anyway, DJ Moore, there's the bar for him to clear, like you said. I tend to agree. I think the floor is low. Maybe the biggest argument we have about DJ Moore this year is when it's going relatively well, arguing about just how good he is and just how good it is.
And you know where my bar is for DJ Moore? What I would like to see him do? Be good enough that we're not arguing about your impact away from the football. Like, and you could even give me that stuff.
Like that you're blocking well?
Right. Like, you could be a good blocker and you could be a responsible route runner and taking the top off the defense and, like, the gravity that he's pulling away from others on the offense, like, is useful. But you know what? Be good enough to where we don't have to use that as the reason why you're actually valuable.
Yeah.
That's what Amari Cooper became, wasn't it? Like,
yeah,
guys,
we scored 7 more points with him in the lineup. Yeah.
Don't look at the catches. Look what he's doing away from the ball. Gabe Davis. Like, look what he's doing away from the ball. No, like,
well, with this group, it's been a lot of no. It's better than you think it is. It's
I
just
know.
They're not doing things that are making differences.
I'd like him to be good enough to where that's not necessary to provide evidence that he's actually good.
Yeah. He is the crown jewel of the offseason. I know Bradley Chubb's probably number 2 and then the draft class, but still, like, if there's a player people are probably excited to see at the blue and red, at the second practice, at the preseason games, at training camp, it's probably him. All eyes on number 2. 803-0550, Jeremy and Joe. Again, we'll get some football chatter in here. We'll take your calls on. How about expectations for Moore? What are you thinking about DJ Moore? The floor, the ceiling? Give us a ring on that. And the NFL industrial take complex was off and running yesterday, arguing Mahomes and Allen on July 14th. You know, the good stuff. The good stuff.
Peak football content.
Peak football content. So many just, oh, man. We'll probably have to dig through it because, it's 6:30 in the morning. It's time to make the donuts. So we'll tackle some of it. 803-0550, Jeremy and Joe on WGR. I have a standard for DJ Moore that I think we could maybe apply. You can agree or you cannot. When putting together the all Allen team, the best team Josh Allen ever played with, Carl asked me to put out 3 receivers.
Yeah. Okay.
3 receivers.
I'm going to guess that you went with Diggs, obviously.
I did.
You went with Cole Beasley.
I did.
And John Brown.
Not quite.
Emmanuel Sanders?
Yes.
Okay.
I went with Diggs, Beasley, and Sanders. And then I immediately realized they were all here at the same time.
They were.
They had them all at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And, we keep going. And who's the best tight end? I said, Dawson Knox. It's 4. They were all here at the same time.
Right, yeah.
I'm going availability, and Knox.
All right, yeah.
In this scenario, we're playing 11 personnel, so I need my tight end to block.
Yep.
They had it all together at the same time. And should DJ Moore be in that group of receivers? Maybe. Does he have to be better than Emmanuel Sanders? How's that
He has to be better than Emmanuel Sanders. Yes.
Emmanuel Sanders was good.
Yes, he was.
His production might not have been crazy. I mean, he's like the third option there. He went for 626 yards, but, yards per catch, Sanders did it on 42 catches. So he has to be more productive than Emmanuel Sanders.
Yeah.
Will he be better than Emmanuel Sanders? To me, Sanders was, better than Gabe Davis, of course, and Davis is in this conversation too. But for DJ Moore, the goal is that if you asked this question next year, he would be on the list. That's it. You don't have to be as good as Diggs.
Yep.
But you probably have to be the best outside receiver they've had other than Diggs. Just be second. Better than Cooper was. Better than Mac Hollins was. Better than
Gabe Davis was.
It's a pretty low bar, But there it is. That's the bar. Next year, if Carl asks me to do the same thing, I get to confidently, easily say, all right, well, Diggs, Beasley, Moore, and just move right along and erase the history of everybody else.
I mean, I would say it's likely that will happen, won't it?
Yeah, I'm optimistic that it probably will.
I don't want to just go, he has to clear 742 yards, and then, bam, it's made the list. Davis had a season, actually maybe 2, where he had more yardage than that, and I wouldn't put Gabe Davis on that list above Sanders or John Brown. And you're not doing that either there, because John Brown had a 1,000-yard season with Josh Allen, and Sanders did not. But what are the odds that Moore looks like an obvious upgrade, or is at least on par with those two guys? Which is not superstar.
No.
It's just, this guy's pretty good. And he gets open, and he makes tough enough catches, and he's got a speed element to his game, and he looks dangerous out there. And it doesn't look like, they're just throwing him the ball because they have nobody else to throw the ball to. That would be a standard for Moore on that. I think really he just has to be as good as those two with more targets.
The World Cup semifinals roll on. Yesterday, Spain kept a clean sheet against France with a 2-0 victory. Today, England and Argentina duke it out at 3 o'clock. Training camp almost upon us in the NFL. The Bills start 2 weeks from today. They made a waiver claim yesterday for wide receiver Quentin Skinner from the New York Jets, and they released wide receiver Devin Tompkins. Looking around the NFL, ESPN's Jeremy Fowler reports that at least 5 teams have been checking in on free agent wide receiver Stephon Diggs. And Giants head coach John Harbaugh said wide receiver Malik Nabers, who's been dealing with a knee injury, is expected to work his way into practices as training camp starts. And in baseball, the American League defeated the National League in the All-Star Game 4-0. Back to business as the Mets take on the Phillies tomorrow at 7:10, and many other teams resume the season on Friday. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
His greatest moment of his career after the wild card round was a game he lost to Mahomes and the Chiefs. So it doesn't sit right with me that Josh is the best quarterback in the league right now, but I think most people feel that way, and I guess it's because their cable went out when he had the single worst turnover of the season last year before halftime of that Broncos playoff game.
Nick Wright, you called it. Josh Allen being ranked number one. Prepare yourself. Nick Wright is coming.
There was no
like the cicada out from under the ground of 17 years, waiting for number 17 to be ranked number one. Here he is.
Yep. There's no doubt it was coming. No doubt at all.
He can't be the number one quarterback because he had that bad turnover. Oh yeah. All right. Scotty Scheffler missed a putt against Victor Hovland in a playoff. Mm-hmm. This is your best player in the world? The guy, made a bad play.
It also is not normal for him in the playoffs.
Right.
Like, he does not turn the ball over in the playoffs. Like, I'd want to stay consistent. Like, when Lamar Jackson and the Ravens lost to the Bills, I thought Jackson deserved a lot of blame. Like, yeah, you did a great job digging yourself out of a hole, but it was a hole that you dug for yourself.
Turned it over 3 times.
By turning the ball over. Right, that was 3 times. But that's also a quarterback that has done that much more often in the playoffs than Allen, who had, I think it was before last year's playoff, and I know that was a fumble, not a pick, but before last year's playoff, he had the lowest interception percentage in NFL history in the playoffs. That was true of Josh Allen. So that moment, because he is seen as this wild wildebeest that turns the ball over recklessly in the regular season, I think everybody thought or thinks that is true of him in the playoffs. So when you see him do it once in the playoffs, like, oh yeah, that happens to him. It does not happen to him in the playoffs. He does not do that in the postseason.
No.
But he did against Denver in a hilarious fashion that did not. It wasn't hilarious to Bills fans.
Well, it
also wasn't the worst turnover of the season because there was a Vikings quarterback that, threw the ball over his head for a pick six.
It's also, listen, if you want to go to Allen in Denver and Lamar in that Baltimore game, I thought the better quarterback lost the game, due in part to the turnovers.
Right.
How did Allen
threw a ball right to Taylor Rapp?
Yeah, he threw a ball right to Terrell Bernard, right?
Yeah.
Or no,
the Bernard one was
fumble on Mark Andrews. That's right. Was it Benford?
Benford was the other one.
Benford might have the other one.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 picks and then the fumble when he got spooked on the blitz. All right. But he's still, to me, the better quarterback that day. You look up at Allen's stats that day. They were it was scary.
Yeah. It was Hamlin, by the way. Hamlin blitzed and got him, and then Vaughn picked the ball up.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But Allen that day was not great and won. And Bo Nix was, to me, not great and won.
Right.
So sometimes you can turn it over and you lose because of your turnovers, but you're still the better player. I don't know. That's life in my world where I just don't worry too much about turnovers.
Also, the last playoff game we saw Mahomes play, didn't he turn the ball over a bunch?
He threw a pick 6 to Cooper DeJean.
Wasn't there also one to Zach Bond? Maybe it wasn't a pick 6. Maybe it was just a pick.
Yeah, you got dominated.
It was the Super Bowl.
Got dominated.
Yeah.
Anyway, 803-0550. Until he wins a Super Bowl, this conversation exists, right? He has an MVP. He now has the league saying he's the best player. Until he wins this, until he goes to a Super Bowl? Because
I think if he goes to a Super Bowl and turns the ball over a lot, it's going to keep happening. I think he's got to win the Super Bowl, or I think he gets a little bit of a. I think he splits it because Jackson exists. And I think if Jackson went out and won the Super Bowl this year, it wouldn't matter what Allen does. Allen would become now the focal point of the guy that hasn't won.
Yeah.
And I think it would turn up a bit if Jackson won it this year. But no, otherwise from his own doing, I think he has to win the Super Bowl, or it could be where if he made it and just looked good and they lost a close game, that could do the job. I mean, didn't he fend off a lot of those type of people for a while after 13 seconds? Right? Like when that's fresh in your mind and he led not 1 but 2 comebacks in the final 2 minutes of a game and didn't get to touch the ball in an overtime. I remember when Nick Wright said the next morning after that, after Allen lost the game, it was no more Josh Allen slander for me. Of course, that did not last maybe more than a week, but that was everybody's attitude the day after that game. So if he makes the Super Bowl and throws for 300 yards and a couple touchdowns and they lose 31-28, I think that would buy him time. But if he makes it and then we're seeing turnovers or there's something he does that contributes to why they haven't won it, then I think he would still get some of this. But I think the football world's done a largely good job. He's still getting ranked number 1 in these things.
Yeah. They watch him play.
Right.
It's pretty easy.
Like, really, unless there's a Kansas City bias towards it right now, I feel like it goes pretty well.
Yeah.
The hot take machine, there's enough people talking into microphones, you're going to get it a little bit. Again, like I don't think this is going to be a summer of Allen hot takes. I think that's going to happen more with Lamar Jackson. And it is happening more with Lamar Jackson right now.
Matt Verderam covers the Chiefs. He is on, I should say, with the afternoon show quite a bit. Staff writer, Sports Illustrated, football show on the KC Sports Network. The guys in the afternoon have Matt on all the time, talk Chiefs.
Yep.
He wrote yesterday about Allen and Mahomes. The Bills have literally given Allen top-ranked defenses, rushing champs, top O-lines, and all-pro wide receivers. Mahomes won his last Super Bowl with his wide receivers essentially attempting an inside job in real time. And then he wrote Mahomes in 4, to treat it like who's the better player.
Yeah.
Because Mahomes is 4-0 in the playoffs. Nice to treat the other games that they've played as if they didn't happen. All-pro wide receivers is doing some work.
I think we got to drop that S off the end.
They have Cole Beasley.
He had 1 vote.
Cole Beasley got a vote.
But sure.
Right.
He was an all-pro because he got 1 vote.
You mentioned
from
Kansas City bias, and to me,
Peter King.
That was a moment for me. Like, all right, listen, you can make whatever case you want. We're not sitting here accepting all-pro wide receivers, plural.
Yeah.
When in the year that Cole Beasley made it, he got 1 vote, and the other Bills receiver to get it got 48.
Diggs, yeah.
Devontae Adams got 49 votes that year. Diggs got 48. Beasley got 1, along with DK Metcalf and Calvin Ridley, by the way.
Right.
Those guys were second-team All-Pro with 1 vote.
And in the last 2 playoff seasons, the playoffs have ended by Allen putting the ball in the hands of a receiver, and they weren't able to come away with it.
Imagine treating Patrick Mahomes like he's done it with nothing and with no help, as he's had better defenses than the Bills have had the last couple seasons, including when they won the Super Bowl.
In the playoffs specifically.
Yeah. When he's had one of the top 2 tight ends to ever play for every snap he's ever played.
Right.
And also one with Tyreek Hill early in his career, who is one of the best players in the league's history, one of the most feared.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sure. He got me going yesterday. I just mainly because I thought this is July. This is the final boss.
And a coin toss.
Right.
And a coin toss along the way.
Don't forget a coin toss.
That helped a lot.
And a measurement on a 4th and 1. And this and that. You're get me going on the Chiefs. It'd be great if they never came back. If the Chiefs never made another Super Bowl, the Mahomes conversation about his legacy would be different. Right? Right now, he still has, we played a clip yesterday from Nick Costos. You want one guy to win a game for your life. If he never makes another Super Bowl, that does not stay that way. That people treat him like the guy with 1 game to win, you'd take him. And it is entirely possible he does not make another one. His division is tougher than ever.
Yeah.
There are legitimate good to great coaches in his division.
Mm-hmm.
And there are at least... I think there's 1 great quarterback in his division with him. I don't think Mahomes' road is getting any easier from here. So I don't think it's a guarantee he has to get back.
I don't think it's a guarantee. I mean, I would probably bet that he will get back to 1. But would you bet he gets to more than Allen from this point on?
It's tough because
that bet sounds like that's the bet that a Chiefs, like a Matt Verderam or whoever, covers the team. What kind of question is this? The guy that's 4-0 and has made all of these Super Bowls, you're not going to take him? But I watch them play. And I've got 2 guys at 30 years old. They're both 30 right now. And one of them is still is a griffin, basically, like going around on the field.
Yes.
And the other guy's coming off a torn ACL, which I think will be fine. Like, I don't think that's going to end his career or anything. But, yeah, like, I think if I really sat down and thought it out, I would probably go with the Bills and Allen more so, on who will make more Super Bowls from here on out. I have questions about the Chiefs. Andy Reid, I don't want to just keep saying it, but eventually he's not going to coach, right? He's in his 70s now.
Yeah.
And Kelsey is on the 18th hole. If it's one more year, if it's two, it's not much. And he's not also as good as he was a couple of years ago. So there are questions about the Chiefs.
He's on the
for
18th
long
hole.
haul.
On the 18th hole, taking half swings.
Right, basically. So I feel like just because Mahomes is 4-0 right now, no, they don't have to get back. I would prefer they, at some point get back enough to where the Bills could finally beat them in a playoff game.
803-0550. When we get back, I'm going to hit these three with a trivia question. Quick trivia on fantasy football. I'll give you the question to think about during the break and come back with your answer on the other side. Here it is from Ian Hartitz yesterday. What wide receiver in the NFL is going to have the biggest jump in catchable target rate, projected catchable target rate with their new quarterback? So think about wide receivers that are catching balls from a different quarterback. Mm-hmm. What wide receiver is set to have the biggest jump in catchable target rate in 2026? Get that on the other side. Why do you want to know that? Of course, so you can get him in fantasy. So that's coming up next here on WGR. I have a standard for DJ Moore that I think we could maybe apply. You can agree or you cannot. When putting together the all Allen team, the best team Josh Allen ever played with, Carl asked me to put out 3 receivers.
Yeah. Okay.
3 receivers.
I'm going to guess that you went with Diggs, obviously.
I did.
You went with Cole Beasley.
I did.
And John Brown.
Not quite.
Emmanuel Sanders?
Yes.
Okay.
I went with Diggs, Beasley, and Sanders. And then I immediately realized they were all here at the same time.
They were.
They had them all at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And, we keep going. Like, who's the best tight end? I said, Dawson Knox. It's 4. They were all here at the same time.
Right, yeah.
I'm going availability, and Knox.
All right, yeah.
In this scenario, we're playing 11 personnel, so I need my tight end to block.
Yep.
Like, they had it all together at the same time. And should DJ Moore be in that group of receivers? Maybe. Does he have to be better than Emmanuel Sanders? How's that
He has to be better than Emmanuel Sanders. Yes.
Emmanuel Sanders was good.
Yes, he was.
His production might not have been crazy. I mean, he's like the third option there. He went for 626 yards, but, yards per catch, Sanders did it on 42 catches. So he has to be more productive than Emmanuel Sanders.
Yeah.
Will he be better than Emmanuel Sanders? Like, to me, Sanders was, better than Gabe Davis, of course, and Davis is in this conversation too. But for DJ Moore, the goal is that if you asked this question next year, he would be on the list. That's it. You don't have to be as good as Diggs.
Yep.
But you probably have to be the best outside receiver they've had other than Diggs. Just be second. Better than Cooper was. Better than Mac Hollins was. Better than
Gabe Davis was.
It's a pretty low bar, But there it is. That's the bar. Next year, if Carl asks me to do the same thing, I get to confidently, easily say, all right, well, Diggs, Beasley, Moore, and just move right along and erase the history of everybody else.
I mean, I would say it's likely that will happen, won't it?
Yeah, I'm optimistic that it probably will.
I don't want to just go, he has to clear 742 yards, and then, bam, it's made the list. Davis had a season, actually maybe 2, where he had more yardage than that, and I wouldn't put Gabe Davis on that list above Sanders or John Brown. And you're not doing that either there, because John Brown had a 1,000-yard season with Josh Allen, and Sanders did not. But what are the odds that Moore looks like an obvious upgrade, or is at least on par with those two guys? Which is not superstar.
No.
It's just, this guy's pretty good. And he gets open, and he makes tough enough catches, and he's got a speed element to his game, and he looks dangerous out there. And it doesn't look like, they're just throwing him the ball because they have nobody else to throw the ball to. That would be a standard for more on that. I think really he just has to be as good as those two with more targets.
All right, gentlemen, ready for your guess. The question is a little bit like half trivia. Ian Hart had said this. 2025 catchable target rate for some of the top receivers in football and what their new quarterback posted at their receivers last season. So who is going to have the biggest jump in catchable target rate among receivers in the fantasy football and regular football world? Who is going to be number one?
I'm going to guess that this is a Keon Coleman tweet.
That's not possible. He has the same quarterback.
Oh, wait, he's going from
a wide receiver that is changing quarterbacks.
He's changing quarterbacks. Okay,
Yes.
so DJ Moore.
No. DJ Moore is getting a boost, but he is not number one.
Not number one.
Jalen Waddle.
Getting a boost, not number one. 6% boost for Waddle. 6.2% boost in expected catchable target rate going from Tua to Bo Nix.
Okay.
DJ Moore, 5.8% from Caleb Williams to Josh Allen.
A.J. Brown.
Third place, from 70 to 76.8. A.J. Brown getting a boost. A little bit bigger a boost than DJ Moore gets, but he is not number one.
Who else changed teams? How about... it's not going to be like a Romeo Dobbs. It's not going to be...
Evans.
Mike Evans, 12.7% catchable target rate boost.
That's the guy?
From Baker to Brock Purdy.
Baker was that? Okay.
That the catchable target rate for Mike Evans. Yep. Sure. Evans won, and also in here with a big boost is Justin Jefferson. The quarterbacks he had to Kyler Murray's career catchable target rate, if in fact that is the starter. So there is one guy that's having a really, really big, two guys, I should say, big drops.
Yep.
And it might be a little surprising. Michael Pittman, from Daniel Jones to Aaron Rodgers, is dropping nearly 12% in catchable target rate.
Whoa. Makes sense.
And Wan'Dale Robinson. Now, that might be a Cam Ward. I want to, maybe write that off.
He's a rookie.
Yeah, rookie,
He was a
new
rookie.
coach, new coordinator. But dropping nearly 14% in catchable target rate for Wan'Dale Robinson. Again, what does he do? He runs 5 yards and catches the ball anyway. So.
Yeah. The Mayfield thing maybe shouldn't be that stunning with Evans because we're learning from this quarterback documentary on the Netflix it has this week that he played from week 2 on last year with the Bucks with a sprained MCL, a sprained PCL, and a torn muscle in his throwing shoulder.
Yeah.
What is he doing with
and
that?
he just played.
Always
It's like
with
what
him.
it's like what he did with the Browns a couple years ago. Like he had all these injuries. Like, I don't care. I'm playing through all of it.
Right.
He's got to stop doing that, man.
He's better than whoever they had behind him.
I know. I think he's costing himself money. He's in a contract fight with them.
That's right. He
and
is.
like, dude, just stop.
Belknap Heating's hot and cold. When we return, Joe Kelly's got some topics for us to chew on. So maybe some hot takes out there, maybe some takes about, who knows, the best quarterback in football, Josh Allen. So Joe Kelly's going to run that when we return. 9 o'clock, a Winnipeg guest, the color commentary man on their television broadcasts, Mitchell Clinton, on the Connor Hellebuck pursuit and what the Jets will be doing. That's coming up at 9. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Until he wins a Super Bowl, this conversation exists, right? He has an MVP. He now has the league saying he's the best player. Until he wins this, until he goes to a Super Bowl, because
I think if he goes to a Super Bowl and turns the ball over a lot, it's going to keep happening. I think he's got to win the Super Bowl, or I think he gets a little bit of a. I think he splits it because Jackson exists. And I think if Jackson went out and won the Super Bowl this year, it wouldn't matter what Allen does. Allen would become now the focal point of the guy that hasn't won.
yeah,
And I think it would turn up a bit if Jackson won it this year. But no, otherwise from his own doing, I think he has to win the Super Bowl, or it could be where if he made it and just looked good and they lost a close game, that could do the job. I mean, didn't he fend off a lot of those type of people for a while after 13 seconds? Right? Like when that's fresh in your mind, and he led not one but 2 comebacks in the final 2 minutes of a game and didn't get to touch the ball in an overtime. I remember when Nick Wright said the next morning after that, after Allen lost the game, it was no more Josh Allen slander for me. Of course, that did not last maybe more than a week, but that was everybody's attitude the day after that game. So if he makes the Super Bowl and throws for 300 yards and a couple touchdowns and they lose 31-28, I think that would buy him time. But if he makes it and then we're seeing turnovers or there's something he does that contributes to why they haven't won it, then I think he would still get some of this. But I think the football world's done a largely good job. He's still getting ranked number 1 in these things.
yeah. They watch him play.
Right.
It's pretty easy.
Like really, unless there's a Kansas City bias towards it right now, I feel like it goes pretty well.
Yeah.
The hot take machine, there's enough people talking into microphones, you're going to get it a little bit. Again, like I don't think this is going to be a summer of Allen hot takes. I think that's going to happen more with Lamar Jackson. And it is happening more with Lamar Jackson right now.
How many targets for Moore? And I ask this for a specific reason because I also have a fantasy point to bring up later.
I listened to a fantasy conversation this morning about DJ Moore specifically.
Yeah.
And the range of outcomes that was described was that he doesn't have a really low floor. He's going to get
peppered with targets.
I think they said 90 plus.
Okay.
He's going to get at least like 90 targets. And that the high end is like he's getting 150.
Okay. Where do you think it is? You think 130 could really happen? Like right in the 120 in the middle?
Yeah, I think it could.
Okay.
I mean, if he's as good as Joe Brady said earlier in the offseason that when he watched the tape last year of him in Chicago, which was statistically his worst season by far, that he still saw the same player in there. And if he's right, and that Moore just wasn't a good fit with Ben Johnson, and he found his way out of the offense because they had other mouths to feed and other good players. Adonze's good, and Burden's good, and Loveland is great. That, okay, if that is true, and Moore is falling to a role where he's running routes out of the backfield in Chicago, and you're not going to really be involved game to game here. You still saw him make incredible plays, right?
Yeah.
Last year, I mean, didn't he have that, was that a playoff game? Down the field.
Against the Packers.
Game-winning catch in the end zone. Like, he had some incredible plays.
The World Cup semifinals roll on. Yesterday, Spain kept a clean sheet against France with a 2-0 victory. Today, England and Argentina duke it out at 3 o'clock. Training camp almost upon us in the NFL. The Bills, they start 2 weeks from today. They also made a waiver claim yesterday for wide receiver Quentin Skinner of the New York Jets, and they released wide receiver Devin Tompkins. Looking around the NFL, ESPN's Jeremy Fowler reports that at least 5 teams have been checking in on free agent wide receiver Stephon Diggs. And Giants head coach John Harbaugh said wide receiver Malik Neighbors, who's been dealing with the knee injury, is expected to work his way into practice as training camp begins. In baseball, the American League defeated the National League in the All-Star Game 4-0. Back to business as the Mets take on the Phillies tomorrow at 7:10, and many other teams resume this season on Friday. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Porro, Olmo, the return, Pedro Porro!
World Cup yesterday, Spain beats France. The first goal, a penalty kick. Let's give an NFL equivalent of that. Like, what is that one? That one is obviously the penalty kick, but if you didn't see the penalty, it's the defender from France didn't know
Yamal
was there and blindly turned to kick and just kicked him in the leg in the box.
Edge of the box, even. Like,
Yeah,
it was not.
Did not deny a goal scoring opportunity, but
No.
That's pretty easy to do. I mean, pretty easy rule for the official. Like, oh, that's definitely a foul, and that is in the box, and that is a penalty kick. So tough one for France. They also lost William Saliba, who left the injury, which is potentially bad news for Arsenal, but whatever.
They have not been able to beat Spain in, I think it's 5 straight tries. They've lost 26 World Cup, 25 Nations League, 24 Euros. It's like one time in the last 15 years. Sorry, one time in the last 20 years in a tournament
France beat Spain?
that France has been able to beat Spain. Yeah.
Well, England, Argentina today. I am rooting for England in a big way. And we'll root for England to beat Spain, too. But doesn't matter what I do. You're on Argentina today?
Yeah, give me Argentina. Give me Messi.
Fellas? Yeah?
I like the England story, so I'm going to root for England, I think.
I died with France yesterday in our World Cup pool, so I am now fully on give me Messi with his second World Cup.
Okay.
Right? That's my ride.
Because we're not awarding points for the third place game.
Right.
No, that was a question last week.
Now I want
can't
it,
do that.
but can't now.
We should have established before that because it's America, you lose points for a third place game.
Right.
We don't do that stuff around here.
Right.
All right, 803-0550. Very quickly, before we get to the Belknap Heating Hot and Cold Joe Kelly's put together, Jeremy Fowler, it is interesting that in the ranking of positions and executives and coaches, his full series where he does, here's the list. This is Josh Allen was number 1. The receiver list came out today.
Okay.
All right, fine. I'll click that one.
Yeah.
Right? And
I've not seen it yet. It's out. It's out. He
out.
posted it.
The receiver list is out. Top 10 receivers ranked by scouts, executives, blah, blah, blah. The whole thing he does, personnel people in the NFL. And the best receiver in football is?
Jamar Chase.
Correct. Jamar Chase is number 1. Number 2 is Justin Jefferson.
Oh, okay.
Number 3 is?
JSN. Puka.
4?
Puka.
Yep. Puka 4.
5 is going to be CeeDee Lamb.
6th, St. Brown is 5.
Okay.
Lamb is 6. Pickens is 7.
Wow.
Nico Collins is 8. A.J. Brown is 9. Devontae Adams is 10.
Nice. All right.
A.J. Brown number 9.
Devontae Adams is 10.
Devontae Adams is number 10, yes. His highest ranking is number 6. Last year, Adams finished in honorable mention. Last year, A.J. Brown was number 5. This year, he's number 9 going in. And then there's honorable mentions. You want to play the game? Will we get a DJ Moore mention here? Okay, honorable mention. Malik Neighbors, Mike Evans, Zay Flowers, Tyreek Hill, free agent.
Right.
Drake London, Jamison Williams, Alec Pierce, T. Higgins, also receiving votes. Alec Pierce, T. Higgins, DK Metcalf, Terry McLaurin, Garrett Wilson, Devonta Smith, Lad McConkey, Brian Thomas Jr.
Way too low for Garrett Wilson.
End of list.
Way too low for Garrett Wilson on that list. What were you telling me about man coverage and receivers yesterday?
The thing about the Bills?
Yeah.
I was looking to see, because I forgot why we were talking about it, but I went to receptionperception.com to see Matt Harmon's latest grades. He's got a lot of the new players. His yearly grades are out. And
I heard him on with he was on with Mike Shope on ADP chasing yesterday, ship chasing.
Matt Harmon, the godfather of receiver evaluation, and if you have a subscription to Reception Perception, you get with this stuff. I love the work that he does. Really cool, breaking down receivers by role, by route, how they do it. Anyway, the thing that I found was whatever, I'll just say what it was, that the Bills still do not have a receiver on the roster that beats man coverage at a 50%.
50%.
At a 50th percentile. Sorry.
Right. They don't have a guy who's in the top half of the league.
They do not have a guy still. DJ Moore is on the team and is an upgrade of what they had.
Yeah.
But in terms of just beating man coverage, they do not have a receiver that does it above the 50th percentile. Now, man coverage is not everything.
No, it's played less than zone coverage.
It is. It's played less than zone. The Bills, though, faced a lot of man.
Yeah.
A kind of silly amount of man coverage because Josh Allen's your quarterback, and it was a sign that the receivers can't get open. So they still might see a lot of man, and there are teams that might think, yeah, DJ Moore's better. We still have the horses to do it. So while zone is played primarily in the league, the Bills saw a lot of man, and I don't know that will change.
Yeah, Allen used to have incredible splits against man coverage early in his career, and the Bills wouldn't see it a whole lot, but why was that? Because they had Diggs, and because they had Brown and Sanders and Beasley, and they had a team full of receivers that were good against it. Right? Isn't that all defenses are doing? Doesn't it have nothing to do with Josh Allen? Because, again, Allen was the best quarterback in football once upon a time against man coverage. But you had a bunch of receivers that were good against it, and now you don't. So now what are defenses doing? We're going to play man coverage against you. We're going to run one guy one-on-one against Keon Coleman out here, and we're going to cover Shakir in the slot, and we're just going to match up one-on-one and believe that you can't get open and force Allen to make perfect passes. And look at that list. How hard is it to be one of the best receivers in football if you don't have that skill, right? How many of the guys that we just rattled off, and what was that, 20 receivers between the top 10, honorable mention?
It was 24.
24? How many of the guys on that list are not good at getting open against man coverage? Like a couple? Two?
It's pretty much the determining factor of whether or not you're going to make that list.
Right. Like Zay Flowers maybe isn't elite at it, right?
I think he's in the 80th percentile.
Oh, he is? Okay.
Want me to check?
So maybe it's all of them.
Yeah, Flowers is a guy that's been part of an offense that, whether it's Greg Roman or if it's run heavy or if it's Lamar and the way they use him. But, yeah, I think I remember looking at Zay Flowers and thinking, for a Bills fan that thinks he might not be all that he's cracked up to be, beating man coverage, he's in the 73rd percentile.
All right, well, okay. He's good at it.
92nd against zone, 76th against press.
Right.
And the Bills are just, from a man-beater standpoint, Josh Palmer was sold as a man coverage beater when he came here, and he does not rank in the top 40th percentile.
Not last year, right?
Right.
He had ranked higher in previous seasons, but
maybe.
No, he had a little bit.
I don't think you see a lot of it. I even looked at Skylar Bell at college, not above the 50th percentile. So we'll see if they can, get that righted or get some guys to be better at it.
Yep.
But going in, you'd still think they might see a lot of man coverage because they don't have an elite, not even elite, an above-average man beater.
Right.
Now, different receivers win in different ways. Do you need to separate all the time to win? No, you don't. Some guys can win without great separation, and maybe DJ Moore does. I'm learning right now what DJ Moore's name is.
It is Is the D Deniston?
It is.
Yeah, Deniston.
Deniston.
I don't remember what the J is. Is it junior?
Yeah, Deniston Moore Jr.
Yeah.
So,
Deniston.
yeah,
Does he have any, are you on Pro Football Reference?
I am.
Does he have any nicknames?
He does not have any nicknames.
None? We got to get him one. We got to see. We got a month, 2 months until the season starts to get him a nickname. Kind of funny, I'm still looking at that list. A lot of old guys on here.
A receiver? Yeah, like
Devontae
Adams is
and,
number 10.
And Mike Evans and Tyreek Hill?
Right.
Really? Like, are we sure he's ever going to be able to play effectively again?
Still getting votes.
Like, did you see his leg on the sidelines? And that would be a guy. I was reading Tyler Dunn about this yesterday about receivers and like when sometimes there are personalities to manage and when it can be worth it. Like, okay, T.O. once upon a time was a lot to manage as a personality. And the Eagles went to the Super Bowl with him. And the Cowboys won 13 games with him. So, like, at times, yeah, all right, worth it. We're seeing that with Brandon Ayuk right now a little bit, aren't we? Or we're seeing it, you see it with other guys, that, all right, I'll manage this because you're that good, and it's worth me. Pickens right now is another version of this. Pickens doesn't block, I guess, and shows up late all the time to meetings in Dallas and had in Pittsburgh too. But why is Dallas okay with it? Because he's incredible. He's one of the best receivers in football. They're right here on this list. He's a top 10 guy in the league. And Tyreek Hill is all of those things. Tyreek Hill is, there were questions about him in Miami, always showing up late to meeting stuff and always getting into off-field trouble that is sometimes gross. Like what he's been able to get away with and still play in the NFL, it's ridiculous that he's been able to do as much as he has. Is he able to get away with all that if he's 60% of the player that he once was?
No, definitely not.
Like he could be a guy that flames out in the league quickly because, oh yeah, you might even still be good enough to play in the league, but no longer do you have the superpower, and now all that other stuff is going to matter a lot more. So guess what you're not doing? You're not playing 5 more years in the NFL. I'm not saying his career is over, but should it at least be a little bit noteworthy he's not on a team at all right now, or is that just because the injury was that severe?
It's a good question. I've found that these rankings, you've got a lot of the football analyst people mocking the GMs and the executives that have made some of these.
Yeah.
Like saw Benjamin Solak, it might have been him taking issue with the linebackers. Like any GM that's putting Fred Warner as the 4th best linebacker should lose his job.
Yeah.
So, you know, whatever. You've got the football people say this and the analysts say this, but there you go. There's your top 10 wide receivers. Top 24 even. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. A.J. Brown, though, 9th. Like, we'll see if he's still got it. He did drift from 5th to 9th.
There's a lot of guys that could drop off this next year. Like, could Moore be on this list next year? Because you're going to have – how many guys could drop off of it? Adams could drop off of it.
Adams could drop.
If I go to
Brown
honorable
could drop.
mention, yeah, right, Brown could drop off the top 10. Evans could drop out of honorable mention, although I feel like that might go well in San Francisco, right?
Yep.
Hill could drop. Hill probably does drop off of it.
I mean, Carnell Tate could get on that list. You can get rookies that jump in right away.
Yeah, true. Right. There'd be other guys as likely as Moore to get.
I mean,
up
Chris
there.
Olave not getting a vote on that at all. Like he should be in there.
He's got a blood clot thing now that they're talking about in New Orleans. I just wonder if he's ever going to be able to kick all the health stuff. It was concussions before, and now it's...
He's played a lot more games than people think.
Yeah, I know.
They talk a lot about his injuries, and he does not miss that many games. He missed 8 games in 2024. He played 16 games last year.
I feel like I'm just always holding my breath, but I guess that's better than I thought it was.
Yeah.
He's not, as of June 11th, he was not fully cleared to return to anything football related because he had a blood clot in his lungs at the end of last season.
Belknap heating, hot and cold from Mr. Joe Kelly. Let's do it.
All right. Got a couple range of topics here, if you will.
And the idea is what? We decide if something is hot or cold.
Hot or cold could be just a hot take.
Whatever that means to us.
Yeah, it's subjective per take, I guess.
You out there are the judge and jury if something is hot and or cold, as are we.
Yes. So first one, though, on the first one up, Jordan from Syracuse called in. And he said, in relative terms, USA did better than France. as the U.S. did better than they were originally projected. And France was an odds-on favorite from the beginning. So in relative terms, USA outperformed France. Hot or cold?
No. Cold.
Cold.
Okay.
Also, the U.S. did not exceed what was expected. They made the same round they always do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Right.
That's cool.
So I'm not telling you France exceeded what they were expected, but I don't want to do the.
They got to the semifinal and lost to Spain.
Yeah.
They lost to a great team.
Yeah.
The U.S. I mean, the U.S.
They
came
were
out
not Cabo Verde.
Right, the U.S. came out of this tournament with people, trashing the team and the players.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's happening in France. I suppose it's possible.
I think
it might be.
It is. I think they laid a pretty fat.
I agree that they did not play a great game. They did not look like they were together. Whatever. Like it just looked like everything was off. But no, the U.S. did not outperform France relative to expectation.
Right. And
cold take.
Mbappe didn't go out and say he's excited to go take a nap.
No, he did not.
Right.
Did you see what Balogun said yesterday?
No.
He said he thinks their problem was that all the outside noise or whatever that was happening because his red card got rescinded, he felt gave everybody on the team nerves.
Yeah.
That they didn't need.
That's possibly correct.
Sure.
I mean, it's easy
and he kind of sourced it as like that the center of it was my situation is what did it.
Yep. I mean, listen. That's how it works. You win or you lose. You craft your narrative after the fact.
Right.
Hey, your best and most important player to score goals is going to play after all. It turns out that was bad.
Mm-hmm.
Turns out that was not good. We did that. Was all the stuff associated with it bad? No doubt about it.
That's
but,
like
but right, the day of the game, all I heard was how it was unfair because Belgium was practicing a different way.
Right.
So
how it's USA versus the world now, right?
Yeah,
and
right.
Isn't that supposed to motivate athletes?
Yes.
When it's you against the world, and in this case, he's kind of saying like, no, it didn't help us.
Yeah, we didn't need it to be Belgium against, but it wasn't even Belgium against the world.
I could.
No,
see,
Belgium was the champion of the world. In that game.
I could see how that would get to a more than a everybody hates us because this thing happened, but it felt like it was growing past a certain point of the game. And I think that could infect a room and get weird, where guys feel like, what's happening? Who's mad at us?
Deal with it.
Okay, right, sure,
right.
Deal with it. But also,
big boy pants. You're at home in Seattle against Belgium,
right?
Who sat their two best players. Figure it out.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I just can see how it could turn into a thing in the room.
The Balogun thing, though, the ramifications of it might not be over. I read yesterday about how the FIFA president, who is not necessarily a likable figure, Infantino.
Mm-hmm. You see, it's mandatory to show him on every broadcast.
Mm-hmm. Whoa,
and that's why I've been seeing him in every game.
Every broadcast, the panel, it's mandated they're shown.
That's insane.
I saw Mendola yesterday tweeted out that he got shown, they booed, and then he mouthed, "You're welcome."
That was Jerry Jones.
Oh, Jerry Jones.
That was Jerry Jones shown in the stadium.
Right.
That mouthed, "You're welcome."
Yes.
Nick was there at the game yesterday.
But the IOC, I guess, is going to investigate for political favoritism.
Oh, great.
I don't know if they can do
I
anything.
wonder what they'll find.
That's not the thing that could really hurt him, because what are they going to do? UEFA, I saw, is rallying to get somebody in his place.
Oh, wow.
They're trying to replace him. And I think they're probably the most powerful soccer conference in the world.
Gotta be.
And they're attempting right now to we're going to get this guy out of here.
There's also talk of going to a 64-team tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa.
Before the tournament, I would have said that's dumb, but it kind of went well, them expanding this one.
You would get it back to first off, is it possible they're doing it because World Cup of Joe was such a good game, and they're thinking we need more countries in there?
Yes.
I like that.
Now you go straight to a round of 32, and instead of third-place teams getting in, you add enough that groups are just the top two teams get in.
Right.
There probably wouldn't be any groups of death. It would just be the top two, and it'd be stunning to get an upset. But whatever.
Your new group of death would be if you had any group with 3 good teams in it, because most groups wouldn't have. It used to be 4 good teams.
Right.
This tournament, you had some that had 3.
Now you'd have
and in
only
the future,
2.
you might only have a couple that would have 3 good teams.
There's also, I think, the push to go to 64 because certain conferences are stronger than others.
Europe.
Right.
And there are some that would say, like, you guys just want to let Italy in, is what we want to do here.
Right.
We want Italy in the World Cup.
Italy and probably China, too, are like the 2 massive markets that they're going to, like, that they are like, well, this will get us these 2.
Right.
That will be billions of dollars, probably.
64.
It's also just more games that they can sell
Right.
to television partners and sell tickets to. Yeah, it's money. They're gonna go to 64 because of the money involved.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Of course.
I mean, I would love Italy to make the World Cup for once in my adult life. That'd be nice too.
Hey, it'll get us right into training camp with more teams, right?
You're right.
Yeah.
Longer tournament.
Yep.
I'm not against that either.
Yep.
That would be okay.
More World Cup of Joe and less
All right, I'm
dead
in.
period.
I'm
There we
in.
go.
Let's go to 64.
All right. To the NFL. Diggs says he's the best wide receiver, too. We know that not to be true, but got people thinking Brandon Cooks return or Stephon Diggs return to the Bills since he's not touting the I need the ball wide receiver 1 mentality. He's kind of, admitted he's a wide receiver, too.
They don't have a spot for either one of them. And Cooks, because I think we went through here and I said the chance that Diggs returns to the Bills. What did you throw it at me? I said
Egg salad.
Name all the things, and I said things that are more likely include. I don't even know what you put at me, but I picked everything else as more likely.
You qualifying for the U.S. Open.
More likely.
Right.
I mean, maybe not. It's not been good this year.
I don't think Cooks has to be a dead idea.
No, I think
He wants to do it, and
Is he a midseason sniper guy that, like, when inevitably Josh Palmer goes down for the 5th time, they're just give him a ring?
Yeah, right.
well,
Seems like that might be what they're doing.
I guess the question just is, do you see a role for him, like, to making the team? Because what are they going to keep? 6 receivers? Do they have their 6? Palmer, Shakir, Moore, Coleman, Bell. Are they done? What's the 6? Who's the 6th guy? Is he just a guy who plays special teams?
Sherfield.
So it's Sherfield because of
Yeah.
special teams over Cooks because he doesn't do that.
Right.
All
right. Up next, I give you ESPN's Ryan Clark, the take machine.
Lamar Jackson, outside of Patrick Mahomes, there is no more accomplished quarterback in the entire NFL individually. There's no quarterback who carries more than Lamar Jackson. There's no quarterback who's asked to do more than Lamar Jackson. There's no quarterback who you have to have a game plan for in the run game. You have to have a game plan for in the pass game. And then you have to have a secondary game plan for when he does Lamar Jackson type stuff.
There are some things in there that are true and some that are false. He is the most accomplished. He has 2 MVPs.
Right.
That is being more accomplished. Right?
Yeah.
Like,
True.
I without having to say he should have 2 MVP. He does. The rest of it, he does not run as much as people think he does anymore.
Nope.
No.
His numbers have dwindled, and it's just, I know there are going to be your highlights, but they don't run him as much as he used to. How many rushing yards Lamar Jackson have last year?
It was in the 300s. I know that.
It's not a lot.
No.
Yeah, wow.
Less than I would have thought.
For
Just
sure.
off the top of the head.
I mean, Mahomes had more rushing yards than he did last year. Justin Herbert did. Jackson Dart, Drake May, Jalen Hurts.
You say Caleb Williams? You say Bo Nix and Trevor Lawrence? He was 12th among
Caleb Williams, Justin Fields.
Yeah, he was 12th among quarterbacks in rushing yards. Allen is number 1.
Yeah, I mean, it just
Herbert number
wasn't
2
there.
is not insignificant. Herbert to me has always been a guy that can do it, and last year was the first time he actually started to do it.
All right,
Lamar, how many rushing touchdowns?
like 3,
2.
2.
2.
Yeah.
He did have 900 rushing yards the previous season.
Okay.
Like, so it could have just been injuries really did that to him last year.
He got out rushing touchdowned by Tyler Shuck. He got out rushing touchdowned by J.J. McCarthy.
I like me some Tyler Shuck.
Yeah. Tyler Shuck.
I saw Tyler Shuck as one of the most players in the league to lead the NFL in passing yards
Really?
this season.
Well,
I mean, I get it.
Everyone is coming up like on there's a Saints glow up. People are ready for the Saints to be competitive.
I think a lot of it is him. Like
it's him. They've got great receivers. Their defense has been good. Isn't Brandon Staley running that defense? Like,
yeah,
he can be good. They were good at the end of the season.
I mean, he started 9 games last year and he finished second in Rookie of the Year voting.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Listen, the Saints were scrappy. They gave the Bills trouble last year.
Yeah, they did.
With Spencer Rattler.
The other thing too is just sometimes like people point to the record there. Like, okay, Spencer Rattler. Right, he was competitive with the Bills. He started 8 games. What was his record?
1-7.
1-7. Tyler Shuck started 9 games. What was his record?
Was he 4-5?
5-4.
5-4.
That's kind of like Allen in year 1, wasn't it? Like, this guy's
Derek Anderson
sloppy,
didn't win a game,
and all the other guys couldn't win a game at all. Look at Allen was 500.
Yeah,
with a bad team, and that was kind of I think the Shuck attitude last year. The only problem is he's old. He's like 27 this season.
Right. He's basically already a veteran, but it's his second year in the league.
Right.
He's 27 in September. So
that is so crazy.
Yeah. And last one here. I don't know if this will be hot or cold, but it's a food take.
Okay.
Ketchup, just a fruit smoothie.
Who said it's just a fruit smoothie? A fruit smoothie?
Hold on. Is ketchup a smoothie?
Is ketchup a smoothie? I mean, technically a tomato is a fruit, right?
It is.
So
is a cucumber. Anything with seeds is a fruit.
What do I need to qualify as a smoothie, though?
I mean, something blended together, is it not?
No, not just anything blended together.
Because mayo would be like an egg smoothie then, wouldn't it?
Right. Like where this is another one of these things.
Is
like soup.
Is aioli a smoothie?
Right. I was just going to say, like, is Caesar dressing a smoothie of some kind? Like,
it's got some protein in it.
Where does this end? Oh.
I mean, I love these.
Yeah.
Last time we did this, we just debated soups and decided that Lake Erie is, in fact, not a soup.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. Yeah, that's right.
Is ketchup a smoothie?
But apparently the word is botanically it is a soup. Or not a soup. It's a smoothie. Botanically, it's a smoothie.
What?
Since tomatoes are fruits and ketchup is a blended tomato puree. However, culinarily, no.
Okay, right.
I get it. So you're saying not just a smoothie, but a fruit smoothie.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So it's if you're talking about what is like actually in it, yes. But by like,
if I put tomatoes in a juicer, do I get ketchup?
No.
No, you get tomato juice. You get like the V8
tomato
stuff.
juice, right?
Yeah.
Like I think what you need for a smoothie is you need the tomato part, but I need a base of some sort. I need what's in a
milk
smoothie?
Or yogurt.
Yeah, or yeah, basically.
But what about if I make it with water? You can make a smoothie with water.
Juice.
Mm-hmm.
Water, protein, banana, peanut butter. That's a smoothie.
Am I getting any of these things in ketchup? I get vinegar, right?
You get vinegar.
Yeah.
Is that your base?
That's the base.
It's a vinegar smoothie. It's a vinegar smoothie.
Base.
Is ketchup not also cooked down to thicken?
Ooh, I don't know about that.
I don't know.
Because
is ketchup cooked?
How does it get? I don't know the process.
I think we have to go with a strong no.
No, all right.
It's gotta be
ketchup
no.
as a smoothie.
No. Don't let anybody say we didn't
no.
give it a lot of thought.
No, we definitely did.
We took it out for a spin, but no, this ain't the car for me.
Yes, ketchup is cooked. So yeah, it is simmered. So I'm gonna go with no because you are not cooking a smoothie.
Okay, that's good.
You're not simmering a smoothie.
I like that. Yeah,
that's not because if it's cooked so that it thickens. And that's where I think we run into a difference between.
Right. Is there anything that's ever roasted or pan-seared that you're putting in a smoothie? No.
No.
Maybe
like, I don't know.
Let me ask this. You go to a grocery store, and there's a bottle there, and on the label, it says tomato smoothie.
See, that is a problem.
And you drink it, and it's ketchup. You're upset by this.
Yes, for sure.
You're very.
Absolutely.
What is this? This isn't a smoothie. This is ketchup.
Why would you even buy that?
Tomato smoothie.
Yeah.
Some people are into Bloody Marys.
V8's a
and
thing.
V8.
I'll drink a V8 juice, but like a smoothie?
But the person that really likes that kind of stuff might be like, oh, let me try a tomato smoothie. Wait a minute.
A Bloody Mary is a tomato
ketchup.
smoothie, is it not? Is that more of what that would be?
We need to go
No,
we need to go to the next step here. Is
cocktail
spaghetti sauce a smoothie?
Oh, now that's the question.
now we've gone too far.
But
how's that too far?
Cooked.
Now, sure, but that's more than the ketchup because now I've got other vegetables blended into it, other spices.
And there's water as a base a lot of times in that.
Like a marinara sauce. Some of they're good enough to drink. Some.
No.
I would agree. There are some out there.
You could take a shot of marinara.
I could, but I would
I'm
never
ready
want
to just write off any amount of heat applied to anything.
I think that's right.
Means it's not a smoothie.
Disqualifying for a
That's
smoothie.
just not a. It doesn't fall into the category.
I think that's right.
You can create a carrot cake smoothie, though, by pan-searing baby carrots with brown sugar. That's apparently a thing.
A carrot cake smoothie?
Yeah, put the raisins and all that in there. So there is a pan-seared smoothie.
But it's not cooked after it's blended. That is my point.
Oh,
is that
okay.
There's not cooking done after the mass is all
Sure.
a liquid of some kind to thicken. Like that's the whole. That's not right. You thicken a smoothie by just blending it with ice and the yogurt or whatever, and that's how it's thick.
Yes.
This is a different process.
You're right.
This I'm not allowing.
803-0550, Jeremy and Joe. Josh Allen gets ranked number 1. We could debate whether or not Patrick Mahomes beating him in the playoffs means that Mahomes is better, or we could talk about ketchup smoothies. You make the call. Jeremy Fowler tweets moments ago on his wide receiver rankings that Chris Olave did receive votes, belongs in the category, and should be added.
Oh, you just forgot?
Yes, which he would have been the biggest omission for me. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550 to join us. We'll get a Winnipeg guest coming up at 9 o'clock. See if there's anything percolating on the Connor Hellebuck front, what the Jets are going to do. That's like the primary question. And England, Argentina today at 3 o'clock. Excited for that on WGR. How many targets for Moore? And I ask this for a specific reason because I also have a fantasy point to bring up later.
I listened to a fantasy conversation this morning about DJ Moore specifically.
Yeah?
And the range of outcomes that was described was that he doesn't have a really low floor. He's going to get
peppered with targets.
I think they said 90 plus.
Okay.
He's going to get at least 90 targets. And that the high end is he's getting 150.
Okay. Where do you think it is? You think 130 could really happen? Like right in the 120 in the middle?
Yeah, I think it could.
Okay.
I mean, if he's as good as Joe Brady said earlier in the offseason that when he watched the tape last year of him in Chicago, which was statistically his worst season by far, that he still saw the same player in there. And if he's right, and that Moore just wasn't a good fit with Ben Johnson, and he found his way out of the offense because they had other mouths to feed and other good players. Adonze's good, and Burden's good, and Loveland is great. That, okay, if that is true, and Moore is falling to a role where he's running routes out of the backfield in Chicago, and you're not going to really be involved game to game here. You still saw him make incredible plays, right?
Yeah.
Last year, I mean, didn't he have that, was that a playoff game? Down the field.
Against the Packers.
Game-winning catch in the end zone. He had some incredible plays. So
Which is pretty much what they need, a big money guy.
Right.
A guy in the moment. They need a guy to complete the final act.
So if Brady's correct, which is, no, I think the player is still in there, and it just wasn't a fit in that offense, then he's getting he's never really had a season other than last year where he's been below 120-ish targets.
Right. 2 years ago, 2024, it depends what your metric is. He did not have a good year by yards per target 2 years ago.
But he got fed.
Right, because he got 966 yards on 140 targets.
Right, yeah.
Which, quarterback error, that's the first year of Caleb Williams under Matt Eberflus. That's,
right.
To me, that's pretty rough.
Yeah, yards per target, that's the worst season of his career.
That's 6.9.
Yeah.
And then last season, same quarterback, different offense, better supporting cast. His yards per target was much more respectable. It was 8 from 6.9 up to 8, a full yard per target. So 8 yards per target. If the Bills come in and he's the same player as that, and he gets 120 targets, that's close to 1,000 yards. Until he wins a Super Bowl, this conversation exists, right? He has an MVP. He now has the league saying he's the best player. Until he wins until he goes to a Super Bowl? Because
I think if he goes to a Super Bowl and turns the ball over a lot, it's going to keep happening. I think he's got to win the Super Bowl, or I think he gets a little bit of I think he splits it because Jackson exists. And I think if Jackson went out and won the Super Bowl this year, it wouldn't matter what Allen does. Allen would become now the focal point of the guy that hasn't won.
Yeah.
And I think it would turn up a bit if Jackson won it this year. But no, otherwise from his own doing, I think he has to win the Super Bowl, or it could be where if he made it and just looked good and they lost a close game, that could do the job. I mean, didn't he fend off a lot of those type of people for a while after 13 seconds? Right? Like when that's fresh in your mind, and he led not one but two comebacks in the final 2 minutes of a game and didn't get to touch the ball in an overtime. I remember when Nick Wright said the next morning after that, after Allen lost the game, it was no more Josh Allen slander for me. Of course, that did not, last maybe more than a week, but that was everybody's attitude the day after that game. So if he makes the Super Bowl and throws for 300 yards and a couple touchdowns and they lose 31-28, I think that would buy him time. But if he makes it and then we're seeing turnovers or there's something he does that contributes to why they haven't won it, then I think he would still get some of this. But I think the football world's done a largely good job. He's still getting ranked number one in these things.
Yeah. They watch him play.
Right.
It's pretty easy.
Like, really, unless there's a Kansas City bias towards it right now, I feel like it goes pretty well.
Yeah.
The hot take machine, there's enough people talking into microphones, you're going to get it a little bit. Again, like I don't think this is going to be a summer of Allen hot takes. I think that's going to happen more with Lamar Jackson. And it is happening more with Lamar Jackson right now.
The World Cup semifinals roll on. Yesterday, Spain kept a clean sheet against France with a 2-0 victory. Today, England and Argentina duke it out at 3 o'clock. Training camp almost upon us in the NFL. The Bills, they start 2 weeks from today. They also made a waiver claim yesterday for wide receiver Quentin Skinner from the New York Jets, and they released wide receiver Devin Tompkins. Looking around the NFL, ESPN's Jeremy Fowler reports that at least 5 teams have been checking in on free agent wide receiver Stephon Diggs, and Giants head coach John Harbaugh said wide receiver Malik Neighbors, dealing with the knee injury, is expected to work his way into practice as training camp begins. And in baseball, the American League defeated the National League in the All-Star Game 4-0. Back to business as the Mets take on the Phillies tomorrow at 7:10, and many other teams resume the season on Friday. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Like we say, success in this league is rented, not owned, and rents due every day. And the rent wasn't paid by Lamar Jackson last year. And, what you have to ask yourself, can Lamar Jackson adjust to being a pocket passer? Because we didn't see the explosive runs that he had last year. We're accustomed to seeing Lamar Jackson change angles, put defenses in a bind. Guys were tackling him one-on-one in space, and we're not accustomed to seeing that. And then you have to start asking yourself, what version of Lamar Jackson are we going to get going forward? New offensive coordinator, his third one. And then I started doing a deep dive. Lamar Jackson has 1,081 rush attempts. Cam Newton, throughout his career, had 1,118. Has the wear and tear start catching up with an athletic quarterback and with
Bart Scott, it is peak Mahomes Allen Jackson season, right?
Yes.
Yesterday on ESPN, they debated if Lamar Jackson or Jalen Hurts, who was playing for their job more.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous question.
Seems
one of the two at least, and probably pretty ridiculous for the other two.
Maybe.
I mean, Hurts could lose his job in a year, couldn't he?
I think it's possible.
Jackson's not. Under no circumstance. Like, maybe, does he need a contract still, or did he sign? He didn't sign yet, right?
Hurts?
No, Jackson.
Oh, sorry, Jackson. He's due another extension?
Yeah, he's got this year and next year. And I know there's been talk about him extending. Like, okay, maybe there's a situation where, like, he's got 2 years left and he goes somewhere else. But he's not getting benched. Hurts, like the Eagles with Howie Roseman, could absolutely decide at the end of the year, like, yeah, we're going to trade for a different guy. And see ya. We're gonna send Jalen back the other way. Like, I think that's possible.
803-0550 is our phone number. If you want to chime in on anything, Bills go to training camp 2 weeks from today. Today would normally be a day on the NFL calendar. It's the last day that players can sign their franchise tags,
right? Which
would be drama for George Pickens, but it's not going to be drama for George Pickens because he's just going to play on it.
Yeah.
Say what you will about Pickens and, you know, the position being dramatic and all that and what he is, but he wants obviously huge money. He's just been named a top 10 receiver by scouts and executives on Jeremy Fowler's list, which means $40 million a year. Guaranteed money in the neighborhood of what? $180 million probably?
Sure.
And instead he's going to play on a one-year franchise tag because the Cowboys are not going to pay him big long-term. So
he's still only 25 years old.
So, right. It's a lot of money, but he's going to be asked to gamble with his entire career.
This is one where I often think the Cowboys are archaic in the way they do contracts, and they actually punish themselves on the cap because they wait so long on, like, Dak contracts or CeeDee Lamb contracts, or they lose Micah Parsons because of the way that they do it. This is one where I kind of understand why you might want to wait as long as possible to pay him. Let me just make sure nothing goes off the rails here with this guy. I would understand it more with him than I have with the previous guys. But again, you are still suffering by, if you paid George Pickens right now, what would he get per year? Would he get $35 million per year?
More.
More than that?
More. I think more.
But if you wait a year or 2 years, you're talking about an extra $10 million a year you might be giving him or more, because the market goes up, and the longer you wait, the more expensive it's going to get. And if George Pickens goes out again this year and has 1,500 yards and 10 touchdowns, then whatever you thought you were getting for him this offseason, you better attach another $10 million to it per year. Because it's just how the market goes.
Well, just doing some math here. So the cap is $301 million per team, okay?
Yep.
If I just want to do it where Pickens signs, what, a top 5 contract?
Sure. Is
that his value? If you were to be an unrestricted free agent, you might have your questions about character, commitment, coachability. There have been these questions about him. It's why he fell to the second round, right?
Yep.
He's got some questions. He was good in Pittsburgh. He explodes in Dallas. You give me a number on.
Let's make him the third highest paid receiver in football at $40 million.
Okay. What I was really going to ask was, because there's the $40 million, there's the number of AAV.
Right.
And then there's percentage of cap.
Right.
So you would say third highest paid receiver.
That's only behind JSN and Chase.
That's right. But if I'm going just like percentage of cap.
Yep.
If I were to give him 13%, which is Lamb got 13%. That's $39 million a year.
Okay.
And that puts him third as well. So, like Drake London just got 35 per year.
Right.
So, if you're Pickens, I think you're saying I've done way more than Drake London, and I'm probably better and more dynamic, more dangerous.
It's definitely more dynamic and dangerous.
I bet Pickens is asking for 40.
Yeah, I bet
right?
that's what he's looking
JSN got 42.
Yeah.
London got 35. I bet that Pickens is in the market for 40.
Do the Cowboys then have a problem saying, does the Lamb deal almost make it harder for them?
Well, it's
like we can't make you the highest paid receiver on the team.
That might be right. It's worth pointing out that in the NFL's top 10 there from Jeremy Fowler, there are 2 teams that have 2 players in the top 10.
The Cowboys, and who are the other ones?
The Rams. Puka
right.
and Devontae Adams. And if you include honorable mention, the Eagles don't have 2 anymore. The Eagles just did have 2. It's not that unusual to have 2 guys. The Bengals, of course, have 2 guys, and if you include honorable mention for T. Higgins. So, anyway, it's normally a day on the calendar that would be full-on Pickens watch, but because he's just going to play on the franchise tag, he's signed it. He's going to do that. I guess that's why we're hearing all this. The debate about Allen versus Mahomes.
Right. Because there's no player really to focus on that front.
Right.
It's been Chase had this a little bit, didn't he? He wasn't tagged though. He was just that was a holdout like into training camp. No, Higgins is the one that we've always wondered that about because didn't they franchise tagged him multiple times in Cincinnati?
I believe so.
They did it at least once.
But one thing about Higgins, sorry, not Higgins. One thing about Pickens, the Cowboys could still do what the Giants did with Barkley. Remember that? Barkley was on the franchise tag, and they just kind of tweaked the money.
Yeah.
It's a one-year tender. You can add more money, but it must be a single year.
Right.
And that's what the Giants did with Barkley. Like, all right, here, fine. It's still the franchise tag, but there's a little more money.
The Steelers had this guy.
And gave him away for a third-round pick.
It's pretty crazy.
Yep.
Right?
Kind of crazy more teams were not interested. But, there's baggage.
That was never a conversation here, right?
Pickens? No, I don't think that they would. I don't think that they would walk that walk for a player like that.
Which is disappointing because, in some ways, sure, it could become a circus. But, I mean, look what he just did with Dak. He would have done the same thing with Allen, wouldn't he have? He was a second-team All-Pro. 130 targets, 1,400 yards. I mean, man coverage beating, big plays down the field.
Acrobatic catches, great hands. Draws more pass interferences than any other receiver in the league.
Yeah.
803-0550 to join us. The World Cup of Joe coming up as we move along. We'll do that in the 8 o'clock segment.
I got some facts I really like today.
England.
Like that are like beyond the guessing part of it. I was just interested reading about things today that I had never known existed about Argentina and England.
All right. England and Argentina, the World Cup of Joe. We'll get to that in the 8 o'clock segment. 9 o'clock, we've got a Winnipeg guest on the Jets and Connor Hellebuck. If that whole thing ever happens, if that's still alive, we'll get the latest from Winnipeg coming up at 9 o'clock here on WGR. I have a standard for DJ Moore that I think we could maybe apply. You can agree or you cannot. When putting together the AAA, the all Allen team, the best team Josh Allen ever played with, Carl asked me to put out 3 receivers.
Yeah. Okay.
3 receivers.
I'm going to guess that you went with Diggs, obviously.
I did.
You went with Cole Beasley.
I did.
And John Brown?
Not quite.
Emmanuel Sanders?
Yes.
Okay.
I went with Diggs, Beasley, and Sanders. And then I immediately realized they were all here at the same time.
They were.
They had them all at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And, we keep going. Like, who's the best tight end? I said, Dawson Knox. It's 4. They were all here at the same time.
Right, yeah.
I'm going availability, and Knox.
All right, yeah.
In this scenario, we're playing 11 personnel, so I need my tight end to block.
Yep.
Like, they had it all together at the same time. And should DJ Moore be in that group of receivers? Maybe. Does he have to be better than Emmanuel Sanders? How's that
He has to be better than Emmanuel Sanders. Yes.
Emmanuel Sanders was good.
Yes, he was.
His production might not have been crazy. I mean, he's like the third option there. He went for 626 yards, but, yards per catch, Sanders did it on 42 catches. So he has to be more productive than Emmanuel Sanders.
Yeah.
Will he be better than Emmanuel Sanders? Like, to me, Sanders was, better than Gabe Davis, of course, and Davis is in this conversation too. But for DJ Moore, the goal is that if you asked this question next year, he would be on the list. That's it. You don't have to be as good as Diggs.
Yep.
But you probably have to be the best outside receiver they've had other than Diggs. Just be second. Better than Cooper was. Better than Mac Hollins was. Better than
Gabe Davis was.
It's a pretty low bar, But there it is. That's the bar. Next year, if Carl asks me to do the same thing, I get to confidently, easily say, all right, well, Diggs, Beasley, Moore, and just move right along. and erase the history of everybody else.
I mean, I would say it's likely that will happen, won't it?
Yeah, I'm optimistic that it probably will.
I don't want to just go, he has to clear 742 yards, and then, bam, it's made the list. Davis had a season, actually maybe 2, where he had more yardage than that, and I wouldn't put Gabe Davis on that list above Sanders or John Brown. And you're not doing that either there, because John Brown had a 1,000-yard season with Josh Allen, and Sanders did not. But what are the odds that Moore looks like an obvious upgrade, or is at least on par with those two guys? Which is not superstar.
No.
It's just, this guy's pretty good. And he gets open, and he makes tough enough catches, and he's got a speed element to his game, and he looks dangerous out there. And it doesn't look like, they're just throwing him the ball because they have nobody else to throw the ball to. That would be a standard for Moore on that. I think really he just has to be as good as those two with more targets. Do you want to try to figure out daylight savings?
Sure. The House voted to get rid of daylight savings time. It might be unlikely to pass the Senate. Right. Explain it to me like I'm 5. I understand the concept that we would no longer go back and forth. But
let's take this a step at a time. Joe, what we do it one more time?
Yes, we would do it in the winter time and go back.
Okay, so when we do that, that's when the sun. That's when it gets dark at 4:30, right?
I'm already going to walk out of the room.
I know.
No, I'm right in that, though, aren't I?
Yes.
When
I
we
think
do that,
so.
okay, so when we do that, it gets dark earlier, and then we do that forever.
Because 10 o'clock becomes 9 o'clock at night, essentially. Like, that's what happens.
That means...
So the fact that we're going to go back, it's going to get dark at 4 o'clock, 4:30. Sunsets at 4:30 in the winter like it always does.
Yes.
Right. And it's dark at 5 o'clock in the winter. Great.
So that'll be true forever.
When we get to the summer,
yes,
we don't spring ahead.
No.
Right.
So
correct.
In the summer, when the sun will rise earlier.
It'll be at like 5 o'clock, like rising, and then like how it goes down at like 9:30, like it really goes down now. It'll be 8:30, so shorter
right.
daylight.
So when you're on your way here, it will be brighter.
It'll be like sun.
So basically what we're getting to is the daylight will move earlier.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
For
So
the
we're
rest of
shifting
our lives.
our day up.
Yes.
Okay.
So like a year from now, it'll actually be 8:54.
Looking around.
All right.
Wait. Wouldn't it be 6:54?
No, I did that backwards. You're right. I'm sorry. It'll be in a year from now. It'll be 6:54.
Yes.
Make it stop.
Right. This is why I said explain this to me like I'm 5. Okay, so a year from now, if this passed, it would be 6:54.
Yes.
And sunset tonight, instead of being at 8:52, would be at 7:52.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm staunchly against this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me too.
Are you against getting rid of the practice or which one they're deciding to roll with?
The way that they would decide to go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
You want them to go with the other one.
If we stayed in this right now,
forever.
that's fine.
Yes.
Right. I agree with that.
Going back and making everything earlier.
I think I agree with that.
Yeah.
I want the sun
like
to go
sunset.
down after 9 o'clock in the summer.
Right. I'm fine with coming into work like this and it's not light out yet. I would rather buy that time at the end of the day.
Okay. Thank you for explaining to me this.
You could also try something that was once tried by a country where you go 10 hours for a day, 10 days for a week.
Oh, yeah.
World Cup joke facts the other
That's
day.
right.
That's not a good one. I like that they're getting rid of it, though.
Hold on.
I'd rather
on.
have
the chat says they're voting to keep permanent. They voted to keep it, but not change. I don't know what.
Oh man.
Wait, keep.
I'm leaving.
Keep where
daylight saving, or is it standard time?
Keep
whatever
where
you would
we're
call
at
it.
right now. Yeah, what are they saying? Are we keeping the practice? Or we
sorry.
forward and back?
To make daylight saving time permanent. Fine. Whichever the point is, what we arrived at, make daylight saving permanent.
That's this. Daylight savings is this.
Oh.
If it's make daylight savings permanent, it's
So
this.
we'll keep this
We'll
forever.
keep this all the time.
That's good.
That I'm in favor of.
Hammer it.
Yes,
Let's go.
That's good.
All right.
So all that will mean is in the winter, it won't get bright out until what?
It'll be darker early. And then you get a little bit more light in the afternoon.
Which I would
Instead
rather
of
have.
4:30, it's 5:30. Like, sounds great.
Yeah, I'll take that.
All right.
All right, good. I think we've resulted in a place that I am happy about this.
I'd like to
what they've
apologize on behalf of WGR and Odyssey for this segment. I think we got there. The chat, I don't know. I just blindly trust the chat on YouTube. All right, World Cup of Joe, part of our next segment. England, Argentina coming up. Revisit our conversation about maybe DJ Moore, expectations for him. Bills go to camp 2 weeks from today. Back at St. John Fisher. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Until he wins a Super Bowl, this conversation exists, right? He has an MVP. He now has the league saying he's the best player. Until he wins this, until he goes to a Super Bowl, because
I think if he goes to a Super Bowl and turns the ball over a lot, it's going to keep happening. I think he's got to win the Super Bowl, or I think he gets a little bit of a. I think he splits it because Jackson exists. And I think if Jackson went out and won the Super Bowl this year, it wouldn't matter what Allen does. Allen would become now the focal point of the guy that hasn't won.
Yeah.
And I think it would turn up a bit if Jackson won it this year. But no, otherwise from his own doing, I think he has to win the Super Bowl, or it could be where if he made it and just looked good and they lost a close game, that could do the job. I mean, didn't he fend off a lot of those type of people for a while after 13 seconds? Right? Like when that's fresh in your mind and he led not one but two comebacks in the final 2 minutes of a game and didn't get to touch the ball in an overtime. I remember when Nick Wright said the next morning after that, after Allen lost the game, it was no more Josh Allen slander for me. Of course, that did not last maybe more than a week, but that was everybody's attitude the day after that game. So if he makes the Super Bowl and throws for 300 yards and a couple touchdowns and they lose 31-28, I think that would buy him time. But if he makes it and then we're seeing turnovers or there's something he does that contributes to why they haven't won it, then I think he would still get some of this. But I think the football world's done a largely good job. He's still getting ranked number one in these things.
Yeah. They watch him play.
Right.
It's pretty easy.
Like really, unless there's a Kansas City bias towards it right now, I feel like it goes pretty well.
Yeah.
The hot take machine, there's enough people talking into microphones, you're going to get it a little bit. Again, like I don't think this is going to be a summer of Allen hot takes. I think that's going to happen more with Lamar Jackson. And it is happening more with Lamar Jackson right now.
The World Cup semifinals roll on. Yesterday, Spain kept a clean sheet against France with a 2-0 victory. Today, England and Argentina duke it out at 3. Training camp almost upon us in the NFL. The Bills, they start 2 weeks from today. They also made a waiver claim yesterday for wide receiver Quentin Skinner of the New York Jets, and they released wide receiver Devin Tompkins. Looking around the NFL, ESPN's Jeremy Fowler reports that at least 5 teams have been checking in on free agent wide receiver Stephon Diggs, and Giants head coach John Harbaugh said wide receiver Malik Neighbors, dealing with a knee injury, is expected to work his way into practice as training camp starts. In baseball, the American League defeated the National League at the All-Star Game 4-0. It's back to business as the Mets take on the Phillies tomorrow at 7:10. Many other teams resume the season on Friday. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Spain wins. Apologies for the daylight savings conversation. There are people that say we had it exactly wrong. I've since learned that there are actually 2 proposals. One to go one way, one to go the other. And, of course, to stay how it is. Yeah. Anyway, whatever. I can't do it. I can't do it again. My brain hurts too much. I don't want to do it. I need a graphic. I need
graphic would help.
I need Ben Baldwin to graph it out for me, or else I can't understand data. Good morning, everybody. Jeremy and Joe. It's 8:04 a.m.
Which means it would be dark out.
All right. Can't do it again.
Right.
Can't do it. There are 2 proposals, apparently. One passed. Right. One is, I don't know, farmers this and kids to school in the morning when it's dark out that. And
yep.
If anybody's probably, I'm going to have to spend the day studying this stuff. Or the morning show.
Sounds fun.
I got to know.
No, you're right. We of all people,
we should know.
Do need to know. Yeah.
We should know. I'm reading a big, long article from Nate Silver about this, about, all the ramifications, what it would mean, studies of when people wake up, when sunrise would be, and all that. So there's that. What Bill's topic can just swiftly pull me out of this tailspin about daylight savings?
Max Crosby. I don't know.
Trading for somebody at the deadline?
Is he getting traded?
Probably not.
There's 0% chance.
His cap hits like $30 million.
He was traded.
Yes, before Baltimore then signed a guy for like $30 million.
Right.
His cap hit's not $30 million.
But the Raiders just hang on to him forever? That's all. Weren't him and Brady like at odds? Didn't he like not like how that ended?
Yeah. They talked probably, I'm sure. Fernando Mendoza's unsigned. Is Mendoza? Yeah.
I think
he's the only unsigned draft pick.
Oh.
I'm sure it'll be fine. Is he going to be good?
I think he is going to be. It's funny what team he's on, because when he was entering the draft process, I thought this guy is going to just be Derek Carr.
And now he's at the Raiders.
And now he's on the Raiders. Like he'll be fine. Right? He'll be fine. Is he going to be terrible? Probably not. Is he going to be great? Probably not. Is anybody expecting him to just walk in and become like one of the superhuman quarterbacks in the AFC? Because I'm certainly not thinking that way about him.
I'm trying to think of the last number 1 overall quarterback that was thought to be meh. That turned into something great. Has that happened? Like the number 1 overall quarterbacks, Goff was this. And he's been pretty good. Goff is a number 1 that wasn't. What I want to say is,
could be Goff.
What I want to say is, quarterbacks that were not given the generational talent.
Okay, I've got the list of quarterbacks in front of me.
All-time taken number 1 that would have come in with expectations being mild.
Yeah, like
go backwards.
Is Mendoza's hype higher than what Cam Ward's was?
I want to say they're kind of similar. I thought Cam Ward was another one of these, like, he's the best one, but it's not a year where there's a great one.
Which is interesting because Mendoza won the Heisman and the national championship.
Yeah.
And Cam Ward did not do that.
There are believers in Cam Ward for sure, but I want to say that, like, that's the same level of the number 1 overall pick. How good will this player be?
Number 1 overall pick.
Whereas Caleb Williams is thought to be much better than that.
Correct, and he was the previous number 1. What about Bryce Young?
He and C.J. Stroud. I think I want to say that's the Mendoza tier.
Trevor Lawrence and Joe Burrow?
Without a doubt, thought to be great.
Both of them.
Yes.
And Lawrence more than maybe even Burrow, right?
Yep.
Kyler Murray?
I don't know that he was thought to be great.
Heisman winner.
Yep, Heisman winner, but the size limitations would have people questioning that from the start.
Baker?
I mean, Baker's in this quarterback class with Allen and Darnold.
I think the class itself took over.
I agree. That was about the class more than it was about any one guy being.
Yeah.
My guess is if it was like just Baker and the other guys weren't there, it would have been definitely this is a same with that might have been floated for Darnold too or Allen if it's just 3 of the guys are available instead of 5 guys.
It's like no matter who went number 1, it's wow, look at that guy went first overall in that class.
Yeah.
But it's going to be great. You mentioned Goff was good for this. Winston before that. Winston also a Heisman winner.
Right. I don't think he was thought to be generational talent.
Andrew Luck was.
Yep.
Cam Newton was more exciting, for sure.
Thought to be good to great. He's going to change the game.
How far back you want to go here? I got Sam Bradford and Matthew Stafford for you.
I mean, Stafford was that. Bradford was that. Bradford was pretty good.
Bradford was good, and Bradford had a great college career, right? He also won a Heisman Trophy. At Oklahoma, he put up crazy numbers.
Yeah.
He was pretty good where? In the NFL?
Yeah, he was kind of sneaky, kind of good.
Well, my brother would fight. He's the least favorite player he's ever played.
He battled a ton of injuries.
Yep.
There was some juice to him. Like, if Sam Bradford were made today, he would go first overall in next year's draft, and he might be good.
Ooh, I don't know.
He might be. Sam Bradford was legit. I'm discovering today I'm a Sam Bradford truther.
I don't know that I can get there with you on him.
The thing about Sam Bradford, he was the last guy to get paid $50 million or whatever.
Yes.
$58 million guaranteed before the rookie wage scale.
Yeah, monster quarterback contract.
Huge contract. He got in at the right time. But there was...
I mean, didn't he the whole story with him in his NFL career is he just checked the ball down. Wasn't he just better Trent Edwards?
No. He couldn't stay healthy.
Well, that too. And he definitely couldn't stay healthy.
Dysfunctional organizations to be a part of this too. Anyway, there's all this stemming from Mendoza.
His nickname is Sleeves, by the way.
Sam Bradford?
He wore the longest sleeves you've ever seen an NFL player wear. They were down to his elbows.
Is that on Pro Football Reference? Sleeves?
Yeah, it's on. Look up Sam Bradford's sleeves and look up the images of what he used to look like aesthetically on the field. No quarterback's ever had a worse aesthetic than Sam Bradford. I'm willing to say he's the worst of all time. The woat. It was bad. It was so bad. He wore big shoulder pads too. Yeah, I'm not a Bradford guy personally. He had hype though, to the original conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know. I think Mendoza is just fine. But I guess maybe I should be open to a little bit that he can be a great player. I'm not really sure.
803-0550.
Is he also in an environment that you would trust is going to get the most out of him? Like, what are the Raiders now? They have been a dysfunctional organization for my entire life. Is Tom Brady just undo that? Like, Mark Davis is still the owner, and the previous quarterback, Geno Smith, was really good in Seattle, went there, and completely collapsed because they couldn't block for him. They couldn't supply him with anything. Is it just Brady and Clint Kubiak, and I'm supposed to believe, like, all right, they're good now? Like, that's an organization that'll get the most out of a young quarterback. Because historically, they are not that team at all. That you would say, yeah, you're going to go there as a highly drafted, talented, young quarterback, and that team, they're going to be the ones to get a lot out of you. I would never have said that about the Raiders.
No, that's right.
And I don't know that Brady and Kubiak do enough for me to just assume, oh, they'll do right by him.
803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-552-550. 2 weeks to camp. St. John Fisher practices. What'll be the storylines? Positional battles. There aren't that many positional battles, right? Like there's a couple. Linebacker.
Maybe left guard a little bit, but whenever we brought that up with Sal, he seems to think just Alec Anderson will be the starter.
Is corner 2 not a battle? Is it one of those?
It's one battle, or I'm one to. I don't know how to put it. Hairston's the leader going in.
Sure.
So, okay, yeah, battle. Is Igbinosun going to start to begin the year?
I mean, if he beats out Hairston, yes.
And we're open to that happening.
Should they not be? That pick remains.
I don't know. I mean, Hairston was good when he was available.
As much as the Bills want to say this pick's not about Max Hairston, it's impossible for it to not be about Max Hairston.
Because if Igbinosun is great, then guess what Max Hairston becomes? A backup.
Right, not on the field.
And that will matter.
Because they signed D. Elford to play the slot, and they're going to need a lot of corners. Like, there's no doubt about that. They want depth.
They will. They've had a backup corner in every important playoff game that they've lost in the last 5
But
years.
who gets more snaps on the season, Hairston or Igbinosun? Like, I want to say that's a battle.
Yeah,
or at least something to track.
Last year, Hairston played 11 games for the Bills, and he played 56% of the defensive snaps. What's most likely there? It's that, okay, we might think of it as a battle and like who gets the more of the snaps, who opens the season, who gets the first snap at corner opposite of Christian Benford. That'll be interesting. But doesn't it probably go the way it did last year? When Hairston played, he played a little more than half the snaps. Who played all those other snaps?
Trey White.
Does Igbinosun just take all the Trey White snaps? Because then they coexist together.
Well, how much of that was Trey White was available early and Hairston wasn't? When they're both available, they splitting time?
I think that's what that means.
Because I would say a central question to this defense and to this team, it might be narrative-based, but let's just introduce it. Are the Bills more willing to play rookies? Are the Bills more willing to trust a rookie? Is the system less difficult to gather, to learn, to figure out all of it? Because half the reason the Bills kept bringing everybody back was the idea that having someone that understands the defense is obviously really important, right? We want somebody that understands the defense. Jordan Poyer comes back. Micah Hyde is coaching again to help out. Poyer's here to help Cole Bishop understand the defense and then to play in it. Tre'Davious White comes back, and on and on and on. I got guys that are always – DeMar Hamlin's here for 7 years because I've got guys that are going to come back and understand the defense. And I wonder how much – that'll obviously still be important to know the defense, but will it be the central thing that determines whether or not you are the guy that starts – and plays the most? Or will it just be, it's not that complicated. It's easier for these guys. I've got fewer things for you to figure out. You can play more instinctually. Let's get the guy with the best instincts.
They really did rotate last year when everybody was available. So Benford, Hairston, and Trey White were all active in 8 games last year. And in those 8 games, Benford really did not leave the field at all. And the other 2 split. There was never really a game where one guy got all of it and the other didn't. It was Hairston 44 to Trey White 67. And that's this is just percent, not total snaps. It was exactly 50-50 the next week. Then it was 51-49, 49-56, 30-70. There really was never a game where Hairston was on the field, Benford was on the field, and Hairston wasn't rotating in and out. So I think you could just do the same thing. If all those guys are healthy, you just go, all right, maybe if you're playing a team that has a bigger receiving group that is a little tougher to manage physically, then that's a game where Hairston only plays 30% of the snaps. No. And then the next week you're playing a team that's got small, fast receivers, and then that's a game where Igbinosa's only playing 30% of the snaps. I think rotation is most likely if everybody's healthy. But the problem is, how likely is that? Because Benford and Hairston both have big injury concerns historically.
Yeah. Mike in the car. Hey, Mike. Good morning.
Hey, guys. I don't know. Maybe I'm a little ignorant, but it seems to me that every slot corner is a cornerback in college who isn't quite good enough to play on the outside in the pros, and they move him to slot. And why aren't we talking about our second-round pick as the slot corner? You drafted a kid. You've got a first-round pick ahead of him. You got Benford ahead of him. You got a kid. Why wouldn't they be looking at him and saying, okay, we're going to move him in, and if we get an injury outside, we can always move him back outside. But we want our best players to play, and instead we sign a guy that's okay as a slot corner, but he's not a real corner. And I would think that you'd want your best cover guys, who are generally your outside corners, to play as much as possible.
Well, in large part because outside corner and slot corner be different jobs. Also, this defense is going to ask different things of their slot corner than the last defense did. The last defense needed Taron Johnson to be a missile to fire in run support and go in there and blow things up and throw his body in there. And this defense probably won't ask that of D. Alford. And I don't think that
not as much.
No.
I mean, still some.
Right. But I don't think it's accurate at all to say that slot corners are just corners that aren't good. No. Often they're just smaller. Right. Like the evolution is that slot receivers came and then slot corners got out there with them, smaller, shiftier, better. Yep. Great slot corners do matter. And then what did teams start doing? Rolling out tight ends that were bigger that could body them, be a little bit of a matchup problem because I've got a bigger body against slot corner. I mean, D. Alford is 5'11", and 5'11", 180. Davis Igbinosun is 6'2". Like Igbinosun's an outside corner. I don't think they're just going to throw him in the slot because he's the third guy.
No.
People wonder about Hairston playing slot corner. It's a different job. It's a different skill set. Not entirely different, but I don't know. I certainly don't think a slot corners is corners that can't play. I think it's corners that have specific skill sets.
When Bean was asked about Igbinosun playing in the slot at the draft, he didn't really sound like they were planning on that happening. It was the answer you would expect, which is we'll see down the road. Maybe he could factor in there, but it didn't sound like they were drafting him because of that. It was because of the outside. I was going to say the reason why I wouldn't project any of those guys to play in the slot is because they just paid a nickel corner
decent money,
guaranteed money on a 3-year deal.
Yeah, decent money.
So
total guarantees of $10 million.
He's going to play. And you're going to have 3 linebackers on the field more often than you used to under Sean McDermott historically. So
I wonder how much we'll see that. Isn't it going to be much more like 4-2-5?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I feel like there will be more packages where there's not a third corner on the field with this defensive coordinator than at least what McDermott used to. Again, last year McDermott was not typical McDermott. There was more base. There was more blitzing. There was more man coverage. So maybe it looks something like what you saw last year, but not what you saw, I think, in the previous 7 years, where Johnson would not leave the field. Remember, that was that was true of the Bills' defense. Like, Taron Johnson did not leave the field.
What was it, 95%, you said?
Right. And what's Alford going to play? There'll be a quarter of the snaps where he's not on the field, I'm sure.
Yeah. 803-0550. Aaron Donald spotted the Rams facility practicing with the Rams, working out, I should say, rather with the Rams.
Yeah, he's going to play.
Yeah?
Right.
Load management.
Where there's smoke, there's fire.
Don't you feel like they would just say, stay in shape and join us in January, December?
I mean, they could do load management while he's on the team.
That's true.
Couldn't they say, hey, come here, regular season, we'll only play on third downs, and, we'll keep you fresh, we'll keep you healthy, and then maybe by January we'll unleash you, where you're playing all the snaps and you're playing everything, first, second down, run, pass, all situations. Like, if I were the Rams, that'd be what I would be proposing to him.
I heard I think it was Snead somewhere say that if he's going to play, he's going to want to play the whole year because he's such a disciplined, that's just kind of how he operates. If he's going to do it, he's going to do it, and he's going to play.
All right.
Because he wants to be him. So I would expect that if he's going to come back, he'll come back full time.
Well, and then maybe if he's that way, he might not even like the idea of, we're just going to play on third downs. Like, no, I'm not. If I'm on the team, if it's 1st and 10 at the 20-yard line, on their 20, on our 20-yard line in the red zone, I am on the field.
Right.
He was great the last season he played.
And he stayed in shape all throughout being retired in quotes too. He never really lost it.
Yeah, he always hung around the facility.
Yeah.
Like he always has been in and out of that building.
He was a first-team All-Pro last year. No. Or not last year, 3 years ago.
In his last season played.
Last season, yep.
England, Argentina today. We'll do the World Cup of Joe next segment. One quick note on England and Argentina. So the semifinal is today, and the World Cup final will be Sunday.
Yes.
The game is on at 8 p.m. local time in England.
Yep, that's partially why it's on a Tuesday afternoon.
Right.
I saw some complaints like, why is the World Cup semi on a Tuesday at 3 o'clock?
Because there's a world to watch the games.
Correct.
Because we're trying to, and where we are positioned, put it at 3 because, they're trying to watch it in Europe, in Spain, and France. And some of their qualifying games were on at like 2 a.m., but they weren't about to put the semifinals in that spot.
Yep.
Viewership. So the World Cup final will be at 3 p.m. also on Sunday. Let me double check that that's the exact hour.
It's 3 o'clock.
Okay, so from Bob Herrick, the Mark Darbin of the RNA, the golf over there, not the USGA, but the RNA, the Royal and Ancient.
Yeah.
They are, is that what it is, RNA?
I think so. Sorry, I know I'm pretty sure it's
the Royal and Ancient, yeah. So they've decided that tee times for Sunday's final round of the Open Championship will move up in the event that England advances to the World Cup final.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm sorry. They're not moving times up in the event because the timing should be okay. Here's how it lays out, basically. In the event that England makes the World Cup final, the game would be 8 p.m. local time. The Open is scheduled to end at 6:40, even if a playoff gets them done prior to that.
Right.
So the golf is not expected to go deep enough to run in with the game. They are not moving tee times on Sunday in case of England advancing to the World Cup final.
Okay.
However, you would wonder if they get to a playoff. The the Open Championship playoff, is it still a 3-hole playoff aggregate scoring?
It was.
It was for a long time. They maybe have changed that in the years. Because if you go to a playoff and it's a 3-hole playoff, would it look...
It's a four-hole aggregate.
Okay, yeah. 4-hole aggregate playoff. Would we get what it looked like for Wyndham at the U.S. Open where people were just leaving?
Oh, maybe.
Listen, I gotta get home, or we gotta get to the pub because England-Spain starts in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
There's traffic. They're not moving tee times. I'd be getting on out of there maybe. Just saying.
I guess Now I'm looking. That might have been the last time there was one that it was a 4. It might be up to the course. It's either 3 or 4.
Okay. I know it's an aggregate.
Yeah.
That starts tomorrow, and I guess technically today, because the first tee times are at 1 a.m. tomorrow morning?
You'll get some 1 a.m. tee times, and you'll have some big name players are teeing off in the 2 a.m. hour.
Yeah.
When you wake up tomorrow, depending on when you wake up, Scheffler might be wrapping up.
803-0550. 3 o'clock today, England and Argentina, the World Cup of Joe on its way. And a guest from Winnipeg to give us the latest on what the Jets might be thinking on the Connor Hellebuck trade idea. It's coming up here on WGR.
For more comfort.
Now's the perfect time to make yourself comfortable with a new electric heating and cooling system from Belknap.
In Western New York, summer and winter bring extreme temperature conditions. Make yourself comfortable with Mitsubishi electric heat pumps, designed to keep your home cool in the summer and warm in the winter, no matter how hot or cold it gets outside. Call Belknap today to learn more.
I'm Gary Garfalo, president of Belknap. We work on your schedule. We don't charge more for weekends and evenings. That's why we say,
give Belknap a ring.
until he wins a Super Bowl, this conversation exists, right? He has an MVP. He now has the league saying he's the best player. Until he until he goes to a Super Bowl, because
I think if he goes to a Super Bowl and turns the ball over a lot, it's going to keep happening. I think he's got to win the Super Bowl, or I think he gets a little bit of I think he splits it because Jackson exists. And I think if Jackson went out and won the Super Bowl this year, it wouldn't matter what Allen does. Allen would become now the focal point of the guy that hasn't won.
Yeah.
And I think it would turn up a bit if Jackson won it this year. But no, otherwise from his own doing, I think he has to win the Super Bowl, or it could be where if he made it and just looked good and they lost a close game, that could do the job. I mean, didn't he fend off a lot of those type of people for a while after 13 seconds? Right? Like when that's fresh in your mind, and he led not one but two comebacks in the final 2 minutes of a game and didn't get to touch the ball in an overtime. I remember when Nick Wright said the next morning after that, after Allen lost the game, it was no more Josh Allen slander for me. Of course, that did not last maybe more than a week, but that was everybody's attitude the day after that game. So if he makes the Super Bowl and throws for 300 yards and a couple touchdowns and they lose 31-28, I think that would buy him time. But if he makes it and then we're seeing turnovers or there's something he does that contributes to why they haven't won it, then I think he would still get some of this. But I think the football world's done a largely good job. He's still getting ranked number one in these things.
Yeah. They watch him play.
Right.
It's pretty easy.
Like really, unless there's a Kansas City bias towards it right now, I feel like it goes pretty well.
Yeah.
The hot take machine, there's enough people talking into microphones, you're going to get it a little bit. Again, like I don't think this is going to be a summer of Allen hot takes. I think that's going to happen more with Lamar Jackson. And it is happening more with Lamar Jackson right now.
The World Cup semifinals roll on. Yesterday, Spain kept a clean sheet against France with a 2-0 victory. Today, England and Argentina duke it out, coming up at 3 o'clock. Training camp almost upon us in the NFL. The Bills, they start 2 weeks from today. They made a waiver claim yesterday for wide receiver Quentin Skinner from the New York Jets, and they released wide receiver Devin Tompkins. Looking around the NFL, the Giants head coach John Harbaugh said wide receiver Malik Neighbors, dealing with the knee injury, is expected to work his way into practice as training camp starts. And ESPN's Jeremy Fowler reports that at least 5 teams have been checking in on free agent wide receiver Stephon Diggs. And in baseball, the American League defeated the National League in the All-Star Game 4-0. Back to business as the Mets take on the Phillies tomorrow at 7:10, and many other teams resume their season on Friday. Make sure to catch Shope and Bulldog today in the 4 o'clock hour for Beef on Weck Wednesdays, brought to you by Connor's Restaurant, 3465 Seneca Street. It's your chance to win a $50 gift card to Connor's, where every Wednesday you could score 4 Connor's Beef on Weck meals for just $55 or 1 for $15, because Connor's is better. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
let's get this guy out there week one. Let's start having our growing pains week one. Let's not prolong it into October, November, or later in the season when maybe the season's over. But let's get Fernando on the field. I think it's very beneficial. I remember having a conversation with Coach McDermott when he drafted Josh Allen, and he called me and he says, Doug, what do you think? Well, how did you handle Carson Wentz? And I said, if you think that Josh Allen is your guy, you need to get him out there week one, and he did that. He got him out there week one. There were a lot of growing pains in that first year and maybe those first couple of years, but you know what? They weathered that storm, and now look where Buffalo is.
They got him out there week one. It was maybe Doug Peterson forgot why Josh Allen got out there in week one and why he played in week two. And it's because the guy that won the quarterback competition lost 38-5. What was the score? In Bolt, 37-5?
No, that
41-5.
They got shut out, didn't they?
Okay. Yeah, there's
they lost 47-3. And it was 26-0 at halftime when he got pulled and the Bills didn't have a first down.
Yeah. There are some growing pains.
It was 2 quarters in. It was 26-0. You had 0 first downs. You're like the Citadel playing Alabama.
How about a 30 for 30 on him winning that quarterback competition?
Listen, it is.
And lasting 2 quarters.
It is breathtaking. I also remember
it's Doug Peterson saying, Coach called me and he said, I said, play him. And the Bills were like, all right, he didn't win the competition. Wait, week 2, he's in, growing pains, and the rest is history. Yeah. But he did not win the job.
I remember looking, too, that he did not have as good of a preseason as maybe everybody remembered.
I mean, I'm not here to tell you I remember him having a great preseason. He have a good game against the Colts.
I thought I looked this up at some point, and his
Bills
numbers actually weren't that great.
The Bills have had 3 young quarterbacks we wanted to believe in have a good preseason game against the Colts.
Yeah.
EJ had one. I don't know who else.
Must be thinking of someone else because he did have, statistically, had a great preseason. He was 33 of 41, so 80% passing, 400 yards, 124 quarterback rating. But listen, hey, preseason pledge. Do we ever need any more evidence ever again? The preseason pledge. You decided to value the preseason by picking a quarterback. And this guy did great. And then he had 0 first downs in a half. Should you ever take the preseason seriously again if you're a team that had that happen to you?
Yeah, it's tough. Anyway, Doug Peterson on whether or not they should play Fernando Mendoza early on.
Well, they have Kirk Cousins,
which is not Nathan Peterman.
It's better than right. That's what I was gonna say. It's like it's more competent than Nathan Peterman. I mean, he is a shell of himself because he can't really. Couldn't he not step through his throws in Atlanta because of his Achilles?
He looked limited when he came back right away.
And they had to play in the pistol because he couldn't
move.
Yeah, he just can't move at all. So I don't know what version of Cousins they're getting at this point.
Time for the World Cup of Joe. We got one game today.
Yep.
The semifinal edition. He gives us 6 country facts. We match 3 per side, 3 England, 3 Argentina.
Yep.
And we learn a little something along the way.
These 2 nations once fought a war against each other, by the way.
I mean, for England, isn't that a lot?
Yeah, good point.
They've been in a bunch.
Almost everybody.
They're in the mix.
The Falkland Islands is this one.
Okay.
That is not a reference, though, today in today's World Cup of Joe. I've got 6 facts, 3 for England, 3 for Argentina. Fact number 1. This city's capital is overrun by parrots.
Country's capital?
This country's capital is overrun by parrots.
Okay.
Fact 2. Highest rate of pet ownership in the world.
Okay.
Fact 3. Ice cream obsessed. Ice cream shops stay open all night. They'll deliver at 3 a.m. on a weeknight.
All right.
Okay.
Fact 4. First country to successfully implant an artificial heart.
Okay.
5. Beer tsunami. Once had a 15-foot wave of beer that destroyed homes' brick walls after a vat ruptured.
Whoa.
Okay.
And finally, home of a 2-day football match where the entire town is the pitch and the goals are 3 miles apart. They do it every year.
That sounds great. I'd like to see that.
Super fun.
Teams are divided on which side of the river you live on in that town.
I like it.
That's awesome.
Doesn't everybody dream of that for golf, like having a 10-mile golf hole?
Oh, that'd be
just
cool.
Like, hit it and keep going.
Yeah.
The neighborhood golf hole.
But this would be like, this is almost like, you ever play like Manhunt or Capture the Flag?
Yeah, the whole
growing
neighborhood.
up? Where like, you're playing the game, it takes 2 days. Because the whole city, town is the field, you don't know where the ball is.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe now, like on social media, you would be able to like, I've got reports that it's over on 7th Street.
Sure.
Let's get over there.
All right, so we got to match 3 of these for England, 3 of these for Argentina.
Correct.
The country's capital is overrun by parrots. I'm going to go with this one. I've been to London 4 times. I think 4 times.
Mm-hmm.
And I do not remember seeing a parrot. So Argentina.
Mm-hmm.
Incorrect.
Where are they?
There are 50,000 parrots in London.
Where?
Whoa.
Where?
They're all in one place. They have
Jimi Hendrix released the first pair in the 60s. They escaped from the set of the movie The African Queen.
Sure they did.
Okay.
I don't believe
Have
it.
survived in 30,000 to 50,000. Look up London parrots.
Holy cow.
Wow.
London
Okay.
parrots.
I'm surprised, though, that you... I thought when you were setting that up, you were like, oh, I know this because I've been to London and saw all the
I
parrots.
just haven't seen a parrot.
Feral parrots.
Maybe I just thought they were just birds.
No, they're
and I guess, a lot of the same bird.
I mean, they're all green parrots.
Yeah.
So.
Over
I guess so.
50,000 of them live in the city's parks now.
50,000 is not that many to be overrun.
50,000?
How many people are
It's
there?
not 100. It's 50,000.
That's not a lot.
It's 50,000.
That's a lot. That's a lot of birds.
Do you know what the population of London is?
Yeah, sure. There are a lot of
9
people,
million.
too.
Do you want to know how many pigeons there are in London, roughly?
How many?
1.5 to 3 million.
Okay, well, now I feel less about overrun by parrots.
Strike it from the record. No, we're taking that victory back.
No, I don't know.
That was such a
Well, how many
that was such a sneaky Joe trick question.
1.4 million?
In London and, yeah. 1.5 to 3 million.
You gotta play the player, not the game.
My hometown, here you go. My hometown of Auburn, New York, was famously overrun by crows at one point. There were said to be 60,000 birds, 60,000 birds.
There you go.
But Joe, that's a city.
60,000,
That's a
50,000.
city that had more birds than people.
Right.
There were
Right,
30,000 residents and 60,000 crows.
Parrots are like they're parrots. They're like
big if true. That is.
It's another level.
I hadn't considered that parrots.
They
are parrots.
Right. Crows.
Right,
crows exist in general. You see a crow, like you don't think twice about it. You're walking down the street and there's just a parrot.
Crows
hanging out in the
exist.
tree.
Well, the parrots
in general.
Parrots could cause
Not
confusion,
wrong.
mass hysteria, because
All I'm saying-
they can mimic human voices. They can start shouting things at
True.
you.
Is that this
These are
kind
two of the
parrot,
smartest
though?
birds on the earth.
don't know.
All I'm saying is I go to a city, I expect to see a crow. I don't expect to see a parrot. And they're bright green. So they count as 3 almost per.
Three per. All right. Fair enough. Okay. What?
Cities with the highest populations of wild parrots: Miami, Los Angeles, Buenos Aires.
Argentina.
Are there more in Argentina?
Oh,
no! My goodness.
This will be a major issue.
Let's see.
World Cup of
This could be
Joe.
bad. This is controversy.
Spilling.
We're like World Cup of blow.
What a way to finish this incredibly popular segment.
I know.
How many parrots are in Buenos Aires? Tens of thousands. Oh, less. That's less.
Is 50,000 not tens of thousands?
It's
That's only
many
5 tens of thousands.
All right. We'll leave this one under protest.
Yeah. Fine.
Ice cream. I mean, half of these I want to just guess not London because, okay, ice cream open all night. I don't think I saw that, so I want to say that's Argentina.
Correct.
All right.
In Argentina, you can order delivery ice cream at 3 a.m. any day of the week. They love ice cream.
That's
Good for them.
That's pretty good.
Okay.
All right. Beer tsunami. That feels like it has to be London, but also the parrot thing makes me think it may be another
Trap?
sneaky reverse question.
I think it's London, a 15-foot wave of beer.
It just sounds like it has to be.
Yeah.
The Great London Beer Flood of 1814. 320,000-gallon vat of beer ruptured, creating a 15-foot tsunami wave of beer that destroyed homes and brick walls.
Wow. Powerful.
Yeah, wow.
The 2-day football match.
It's got to be Argentina for the 2-day football match.
Right.
I'm there.
I agree.
Lock in.
It does not.
Okay.
It's England. England has a 2-day football match.
All right.
What town?
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
The name of the town.
Big town?
What was the name that you just?
No, he just says it was a little
town
or
a big town because I want to know.
It's Parrot Bay.
It's Parrot
Bay. That sounds fun though. I would love that. They should do that. There's somewhere where there's a big canal that freezes over and they do a big long
Ottawa?
skate. Ottawa, yeah. They should do that. That'd be fun.
Where did you go here? We've got so many facts in front of me.
Too many facts.
The Royal Shrovedried Tide football match. It's in Ashbourne, England.
All right.
First country for an artificial heart and the highest rate of pet ownership in the world. We've not done well today, but I really think we were all thrown by the parrots.
The parrots really got
Parrots
to me.
got ya.
Yeah.
Pet ownership.
Do you think you saw more animals
People
than you would
with
expect
pets?
in London?
Maybe they'll have parrots.
Right. That's where all the parrots are. They're just in houses.
I mean,
parrots make great pets.
This is where I want to say, like, again, the idea of this game is not necessarily to be right, but just to have a guess based on something. I don't know. Do people in Argentina have alpacas?
They could. Ooh. The movie, if we're going to, I just had to fact check this. The 101 Dalmatians movie is set in London. They had 101 dogs.
Okay. They got 101 down.
That's the game. That right there. That is the game.
That really inflates the per capita.
Yes.
When one person is 100.
Choose your average.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll try London for the pet ownership.
All right. England.
No.
Yeah, Argentina.
Come on.
85% of homes have dogs or cats.
We went with a cartoon had a lot of dogs.
Sorry, dogs are 85% of households. Cats are 53%.
A lot of pet ownership.
They love dogs.
Good reason to root for Argentina.
Yeah, big dog country.
But I won't be rooting for England.
Honestly, we should. Yeah, we should. I don't know why I thought even England for the first heart transplant makes the most sense for England. So I forgot the options we had left on the board. But
right.
Other facts that did not make today's cut: it's illegal to die. That's England.
Just gonna let that one go. I
yeah,
guess.
I don't need to follow.
I don't
There's
even.
nothing you really do about it.
Good for you.
Shortest war in human history. England. It was 38 minutes.
Yeah, right. I knew that one.
Mm-hmm.
I would have got there.
What was the other one that was really good? Oh, this one, there was really no way to fit this in because it's the London Bridge, but the original London Bridge is in Arizona. Rather than take it apart because they wanted a new one, they're like, anyone want this? Some guy in Arizona bought it for $2 million.
Functional
and now it's just
or just on display?
He had it. I read all about he put a number on every stone, had it shipped to Arizona, and then they rebuilt it. So it's there. It's there in Arizona, like fully constructed as it used to be. The original London Bridge.
I wonder what that fully looks like because anybody that's been to London knows that London Bridge is nothing special. It's Tower Bridge that you see. London Bridge is
Tower Bridge?
It's the one you're thinking of. That's Tower Bridge. London Bridge is just a bridge across the river. There's nothing distinct about it.
Okay. Well, I'm looking at a picture of the one in Arizona, and I guess it doesn't look. There's no like crazy architecture or anything that I'm looking at it that it has.
Well, I wouldn't. Yeah. That's what a weird thing to collect.
Very.
Why? I don't understand what's your. Are you just a history buff? You just have to be a history buff.
I mean, no sense in wasting a good bridge.
He bought a bridge.
Yeah, he did.
Architectural history. I don't know.
I guess whatever. Tower Bridge. That's the tourist spot.
Right.
The spot you take pictures in front of. All right, that's it for that segment. Apologies. We only have one more of those, which we'll have to do we'll do tomorrow, I guess, because the final's on Sunday and you're not here on Friday.
Correct.
So One more set of facts. England and Argentina today. Who's excited for the first VAR? Oh, I can't wait. Can't wait for a couple of reviews. I'm really so excited.
Did we get any reviews yesterday?
I
don't remember any. The penalty wasn't.
The penalty
really...
was very clear as day.
Yeah,
that was easy. Past that, no, it wasn't really a review-heavy game.
There was a goal scored by Yamal at one point, but that was
offside,
and they never really looked at it.
803-0550 is our phone number. Winnipeg guests coming up top of the hour to talk about Connor Hellebuck. If the Jets are going to, go in a direction here, figure something out, we'll get the latest from Winnipeg with Mitchell Clinton, who is on their television broadcast coming up at 9 o'clock on WGR. How many targets for Moore? And I ask this for a specific reason because I also have a fantasy point to bring up later.
I listened to a fantasy conversation this morning about DJ Moore specifically.
Yeah?
And the range of outcomes that was described was that he doesn't have a really low floor. He's going to get
peppered with targets.
I think they said 90 plus.
Okay.
He's going to get at least 90 targets. And that the high end is he's getting 150.
Okay. Where do you think it is? You think 130 could really happen? Right in the 120 in the middle?
Yeah, I think it could.
Okay.
I mean, if he's as good as Joe Brady said earlier in the offseason, that when he watched the tape last year of him in Chicago, which was statistically his worst season by far, that he still saw the same player in there. And if he's right, and that Moore just wasn't a good fit with Ben Johnson, and he found his way out of the offense because they had other mouths to feed and other good players. Adonze's good and Burden's good and Loveland is great. If that is true and Moore is falling to a role where he's running routes out of the backfield in Chicago and you're not going to really be involved game to game here. You still saw him make incredible plays, right?
Yeah.
Last year, he have that, was that a playoff game? Down the field.
Against the Packers.
Game-winning catch in the end zone. He had some incredible plays. So
Which is pretty much what they need, a big money guy.
Right.
A guy in the moment. They need a guy to complete the final act.
So if Brady's correct, which is, no, I think the player is still in there, and it just wasn't a fit in that offense, then he's getting he's never really had a season other than last year where he's been below 120-ish targets.
Right. 2 years ago, 2024, it depends what your metric is. He did not have a good year by yards per target 2 years ago.
But he got fed.
Right, because he got 966 yards on 140 targets.
Right, yeah.
Which, quarterback error, that's the first year of Caleb Williams under Matt Eberflus. That's,
right.
To me, that's pretty rough.
Yeah, yards per target, that's the worst season of his career.
That's 6.9.
Yeah.
And then last season, same quarterback, different offense, better supporting cast. His yards per target was much more respectable. It was 8 from 6.9 up to 8, a full yard per target. So 8 yards per target. If the Bills come in and he's the same player as that, and he gets 120 targets, that's close to 1,000 yards. High of 89 today. Stay cool out there as best you can. We've got, I guess, from Winnipeg coming up in a moment. Lamar Jackson, 69th in the top 100. We have you can tell if it's a quiet day in the NFL's top 100 if you don't hear about it. NFL.com, two per day.
Jordan Brooks, right?
Yeah.
And Cortland Sutton.
Yep. Not a controversial day.
Cortland Sutton better than Lamar Jackson, clearly. It's weird. Yeah, neither one of those guys are
expecting to see
factories.
James Cook and then Allen be what? Like number 1, number 2, Garrett's going to get number 1. Top 10 will be interesting.
Yeah, Garrett 1, Allen 2 would be my guess.
What's going on in Winnipeg? What are they going to do with their offseason here, and could they still move Connor Hellebuck? Mitchell Clinton will join us on the other side. He of the Winnipeg television broadcast. He's color analyst for the Jets, covered the Jets for a long time. Get his thoughts on what their move might be, and if it is to still potentially deal their starting goaltender. It's coming up here on Jeremy and Joe.
What were you telling me about man coverage and receivers yesterday?
The thing about the Bills.
Yeah.
I was looking to see, because I forgot why we were talking about it, but I went to receptionperception.com to see Matt Harmon's latest grades. He's got a lot of the new players. His yearly grades are out.
And I heard him on with he was on with Mike Shope on ADP chasing yesterday, ship chasing.
Matt Harmon, the godfather of receiver evaluation, and if you have a subscription to Reception Perception, you get with this stuff. I love the work that he does. Really cool, breaking down receivers by role, by route, how they do it. Anyway, the thing that I found was whatever, I'll just say what it was, that the Bills still do not have a receiver on the roster that beats man coverage at a 50%. 50% at a 50th percentile. Sorry.
Right. They don't have a guy who's in the top half of the league.
They do not have a guy still. DJ Moore is on the team and is an upgrade of what they had.
Yeah.
But in terms of just beating man coverage, they do not have a receiver that does it above the 50th percentile. Now, man coverage is not everything.
No, it's played less than zone coverage.
It is. It's played less than zone. The Bills, though, faced a lot of man.
Yeah.
A kind of silly amount of man coverage because Josh Allen's your quarterback, and it was a sign that the receivers can't get open. So they still might see a lot of man, and there are teams that might think, yeah, DJ Moore's better. We still have the horses to do it. So while zone is played primarily in the league, the Bills saw a lot of man, and I don't know that will change.
Yeah, Allen used to have incredible splits against man coverage early in his career, and the Bills wouldn't see it a whole lot, but why was that? Because they had Diggs, and because they had Brown and Sanders and Beasley, and they had a team full of receivers that were good against it. Right? Isn't that all defenses are doing? Doesn't it have nothing to do with Josh Allen? Because, again, Allen was the best quarterback in football once upon a time against man coverage. But you had a bunch of receivers that were good against it, and now you don't. So now what are defenses doing? We're going to play man coverage against you. We're going to run one guy one-on-one against Keon Coleman out here, and we're going to cover Shakir in the slot, and we're just going to match up one-on-one and believe that you can't get open and force Allen to make perfect passes.
The World Cup semifinals roll on. Yesterday, Spain kept a clean sheet against France with a 2-0 victory. Today, England and Argentina duke it out at 3 o'clock. Training camp almost upon us in the NFL. The Bills, they start 2 weeks from today. They also made a waiver claim for wide receiver Quentin Skinner from the New York Jets, and they released wide receiver Devin Tompkins. Looking around the NFL, ESPN's Jeremy Fowler reports that at least 5 teams have been checking in on free agent wide receiver Stephon Diggs, and Giants head coach John Harbaugh said wide receiver Malik Neighbors, dealing with the knee injury, is expected to work his way into practice as training camp starts. In the NHL, the Devils signing Anthony Mantha, formerly of the Penguins, to a 2-year deal worth $4.75 million annually. And in baseball, the American League defeated the National League in the All-Star Game 4-0. It's back to business as the Mets take on the Phillies tomorrow at 7:10, and many other teams resume the season on Friday. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Yeah, my main goal is to win a Stanley Cup, and I'm starting to run out of time, and I can feel it. I know Wheels talks about this all the time. It flashes by.
Hey, everybody, good morning. Happy Wednesday. 89-degree high today here in Buffalo. Jeremy and Joe with you. We're going to talk a little Sabres hockey and, by extension, some Winnipeg Jets as well. Joining us on the Western Hotline is Mitchell Clinton, color analyst for the Winnipeg Jets, and on 680 CJOB in Winnipeg as well. Mitchell, good morning. Jeremy and Joe, thanks for taking some time this morning.
Good morning. How are you fellas this morning?
We're all right. Good. We've been, I guess, waiting for Connor Hellebuyck to get traded, if in fact it's going to happen. This thing goes on probably now 6 months, I think. We've talked to a couple folks there in Winnipeg. Over time, there was a report it's 95% he will get traded. What teams are the favorites? Where do you land on that part of it? The likelihood that he will get moved in the next 2 months.
Yeah, it's so hard to say because kind of as you guys have touched on, it's kind of been this back and forth. It sounded like things were close at the draft by all the reporting that was out there, but it didn't get done. Winnipeg ends up super happy with Viggo Bjork at 8th overall and end up signing him to his ELC, and that honestly has put it seems like some energy in this market and some excitement for the coming season. So, when that doesn't happen at the draft, then I think after that, especially once free agency gets done, yeah, there's some signings here and there. I mean, just obviously on your sports update just before I came on, you hear Anthony Mantha signed, but those things kind of start to trickle a little bit as we get into July. But the likelihood, it's hard to say because the way that Kevin Cheveldayoff has kind of operated in these situations, and you could say fortunately or unfortunately for the Winnipeg Jets, there's been some experience with these types of situations. But for the most part, Kevin Cheveldayoff and the Jets have really come out of these types of situations well. I mean, I'm sure you guys have referenced the trade a few times of Pierre-Luc Dubois. One that fit wasn't working. They thought that was going to be the solution for that second line center. That came out of the Patrick Laine trade during that year where there was the Canadian division and there was, the league itself was kind of all thrown all over the place. But Kevin Cheveldayoff was patient in that regard and got a fantastic deal with the Los Angeles Kings to bring in Gabriel Velarde, who's been a perfect fit with Mark Scheifele and Kyle Connor. Alex Iafallo has been kind of that perfect utility option throughout the lineup. Obviously, that's a name that Buffalo fans are very familiar with from being in and around the area. And, Rasmus Kupari played a couple of years in Winnipeg as well. So, this is the thing. Kevin Cheveldayoff isn't going to make a move unless it satisfies, I would imagine, a number of conditions for the Winnipeg Jets. It's got to fill out a lot of roster spots because, look, I mean, regardless of whether a trade happens or not, Connor Hellebuyck's got 5 years left on his contract, and everything that Kevin Cheveldayoff has said is, he's a Winnipeg Jet, and that's how it's kind of at. He hasn't really offered much insight, when asked about it by media about, who's asking questions, where are negotiations, what kind of offers. He's never really been the type of general manager. I don't think there's a lot in the National Hockey League that will kind of offer, especially during ongoing negotiations, about what might be out there. So I would imagine for the most part, the organization is just kind of keeping it at, look, he's a Winnipeg Jet. We'll treat it that way. And if a deal comes along, well, those conversations will happen when they happen.
Do you think it's gone far enough with trade speculation and, in addition, what Hellebuck said, I guess, at the end of his season press conference after the year ended, that it would be uncomfortable for either side to have him be back on the team at training camp and in the season?
I mean, most of the conversation, especially like right after, I was in the room when he, delivered those comments, and I remember kind of initially feeling like, well, that was pointed. But I mean, the main thing is like, these are guys that want to win, and there's been times before where players, in Winnipeg have wanted to find a way to make that next step. And I look back at the series against the Colorado Avalanche a couple of years ago where, Winnipeg, I believe it was in game 81 of the season, sewed up a home ice in that series against the Avalanche. It was already a foregone conclusion that the two teams were going to play each other. And Winnipeg goes into Ball Arena in Colorado, and I believe the final score was something like 7-1 or 8-0 or 8-1, something along that regard. And, basically looked like a team that was going to run away with things in the playoffs. And then all of a sudden, Winnipeg had troubles keeping the puck out of their net in that series. And after that series, there was a lot of kind of not to the level that Connor Hellebuck said after this year, but there was a lot of, anger, I would say, and frustration about not being able to find a way, because the core is very similar to the one that went to the Western Conference Final in 2018. And there's a lot of players that kind of got their first playoff experience in and around that time, and they've been wanting to get themselves back there, but haven't been able to. So I think there was some frustration with it. And all that happened the following season was a President's Trophy for Winnipeg. So there is, precedent for the fact that, you have these types of comments at the end of the season, and you have that kind of frustration and anger and will to win that can sometimes push you. The players I always find in these situations have ways of, because they're not, going radio silent all off season. I mean, I'm sure they're talking to each other. This is a very close group and has been for a number of years. And so I imagine there's probably been some conversations between the players, just as they would normally do in an off season. So it's hard for me to speculate kind of what that would be like. But I would say that, players showing their frustration at the end of a season that, especially for Winnipeg this year, I referenced that President's Trophy season. It seemed like every bounce or every one-goal game that went Winnipeg's way in that campaign kind of went against them in 2025-26. And a lot of that was, their record in one-goal games. There was, injuries to start the year to Adam Lowry, Cole Perfetti, Dylan Sandberg, guys that just didn't quite, and they said themselves, didn't quite get back to the level that they expect out of themselves, maybe came back a little bit too early to try to help out the squad. And, of course, Connor Hellebuck himself had to miss a few weeks to get just that minor procedure done. And, it was kind of one of those types of years for Winnipeg. So it left, I would imagine, a lot of people frustrated. So, whether the players kind of talk amongst themselves in the offseason, where that's at, I'm not entirely sure. But, I wouldn't be surprised if they all haven't kind of talked to each other ever since then.
Yeah, the whole thing strikes me. Mitchell Clinton joining us on the Western Hotline on the Jets. 116 points and then 82. How much like the management would want to convince fans, players that it's a bad year. There's no doubt about it. Had a bad year, but the pieces are here to try and kind of get things going again. I wonder how much of that is convincing Hellebuck that we can just get right back on track. It was a terrible year. We'll chalk it up for what it was, versus his desire to leave if maybe he's seeing writing on the wall that it's going in a wrong direction.
Yeah, and look, I can completely respect from a player's standpoint that your career in the National Hockey League is finite. I don't, no doubt about that. I mean, you can even have your career, possibly taken away from you by injury. These types of things, have happened in the world, so I can understand that. I think the main thing is that, it can be difficult after a frustrating year to kind of feel like, things are going to immediately get better. But that's kind of where I reference the Vigo Bjork type situation, right? Like, yes, this is going to be a young kid that, is either going to get his opportunity at the National Hockey League level, the American Hockey League level, whatever it may be, kind of coming out of that entry-level contract. But it really does seem like there's an excitement, not necessarily from the just from the fan base, but, I mean, Kevin Cheveldayoff after that draft was absolutely beaming at the opportunity to get a player and a person like Vigo Bjork into the organization, just given the type of competition that he's played against already in his career and how he's shown in those situations. And the Jets themselves on social media put out kind of like a teaser video behind the scenes of the exact moment where Bjork, fell to them after Seattle's pick, and just the excitement in the room at that point. So, is Bjork going to come in and immediately, be a veteran 2C and solve that problem? Well, I would imagine there's going to be some adjustment for him at the National Hockey League level, but those are the types of things that I think you lean on, and the fact that kind of what I referenced, right? Like, you had a couple of players that, yes, as you get older, maybe your production starts to slip, but even for someone like, say, Nito Niederreiter, who coming out of the Olympics kind of had his own injury type issues, it was one of those years where everything that he touched went off the post. He's sitting on 499 points and has been for weeks. And it was just like, that doesn't happen to a guy like him. Vlad Nemesnikov, I think, had 6 goals throughout the first 10 games of the season, and then maybe finished with 7 or 8. Like, it just was one of those years where, players that normally you can almost chalk down for, say, 35 points, it just wasn't going their way this year, no matter what they tried. And boy, did they try. Like, you want to talk about 2 players that were on the ice before practice almost every day. It was those 2 trying to find a way to make things happen and get some offense going. So I think as much as maybe you got every bounce and your record in 1-goal games and leading after 2 in 2024-25, maybe that was a little bit on the high side. 25, 26, maybe it was a little bit on the low side, and you'll find your way back to the mean, because I still think this Winnipeg Jets team is a playoff team. Yes, the Central Division is not getting any easier with the way things are going, but, I mean, Buffalo could say the same thing about the Atlantic with the way that everybody kind of seems to be reloading, especially on the Panthers side. So it's not going to be easy to make the playoffs, but I still think that Winnipeg, as currently constructed as we look at it right now, is a team that can make the playoffs. They just need a little bit of health and some of that offense to return, because this is a team that can defend, and we've seen that. And obviously they've made some adjustments throughout free agency, bringing in Mario Ferraro for kind of that third D pair, I would imagine, and penalty kill. So I think that kind of adds to some of the defensive depth. And he's a guy that, yes, played on a San Jose Sharks team that likes to get up the ice and get involved in the offense, but he was a big part of their penalty kill, and I think will be a great addition to Winnipeg.
Mitchell Clinton on the Jets. How about specifically on Hellebuck? We haven't spent too much time there on what you think his next 5 years should look like compared to what he just did last year.
So I would imagine he would be somebody as well that, you could expect a little bit of a bounce back from. That's kind of been as good as he's been in his career, right? Like, that's the main thing. I mean, this is a guy that's won multiple Vezina trophies. He's won a Hart trophy. None of this is going to surprise anybody. And obviously has the Olympic gold medal performance that he did against Canada. He's a guy that kind of, his own standard is incredibly high. I mean, you look back at 17-18, kind of his coming out party at 44 wins that year in a 924. 18-19, that save percentage kind of came down a little bit. He was kind of hovered around 913, 910, but kind of as those early 2020s started, that was kind of when Dustin Byfuglien left. And Winnipeg's defense really needed to undergo a bit of a change. So that's when he was facing, the most shots against, the most high danger chances against in the National Hockey League. So some of those numbers can be a little bit deceiving. So I would imagine even after a season where he had an 895 save percentage, I would imagine that number bumps right back up too, right? Like, that's just the kind of goaltender he is. And I remember when he came into his first development camp shortly after he had been drafted, I was doing a one-on-one interview with him, and I said, for people that don't, maybe necessarily watch you a lot, what's kind of how would you describe your playing style? And he pretty much said, big and boring. That's it. This is a goaltender that's not, flopping around, flying everywhere, trying to make as many, athletic type saves, because the way that he sees it, if he has to do one of those things, he's out of position and he's made a misread somewhere. And he's very hard on himself in that regard. He likes to try to be one step ahead of the play, likes to know what's going on in front of him. So for a goaltender like him, that, he's 33 now, I would imagine, he's a goaltender that has, despite the workload that he's had in his career, because he certainly played a lot of games and he likes to play a lot of games, that's a goaltender that I think is still going to be just fine. As hard as the goaltending position has become, and, you talk to a number of people that are either goaltending coaches or players that have played the position, comparing, how to be a goaltender now versus even 10 years ago is wildly different. So if you can be efficient in your movements and, obviously, Connor Hellebuyck's a pro athlete, takes care of his body, if you're able to stay healthy and make sure that you're doing the things away from the ice and on the ice that you need to do, that big and boring playing style where you're not having to fly all over the place is going to help out a lot. And, so I would imagine for a guy like Hellebuyck, even at the age of 33 going on 34, I think he'll be just fine.
Mitchell Clinton joining us on the Winnipeg Jets color analyst on Jets broadcast. Mitchell, thanks very much. And if the deal ever does happen, we may reach back out. We've been on
Sure, give me a call. Yes. We'll see what happens.
It's not quite pins and needles. It's back burner. We're just kind of waiting to see if it actually does happen, but who knows? Thanks for the time.
Yes, no problem.
Mitchell Clinton on the Western Hotline. Yeah, the Jets don't sound like a team that needs to do it, which is why, when you were right there at the doorstep, however it fell apart, which seems to be there's a general consensus on how that might have fallen apart. A no trade that didn't have to be there kicked in. It was only there because it took to July 1st to make the deal. So maybe the Jets dragged their feet right into that no trade clause. I don't know. Anyway.
They have Stuart Skinner, so maybe they won't need a goalie back as much as they did, but it certainly felt right that Luukkonen would be involved in it.
Are we not going to be talking about this at the deadline? Will the Sabres leave a Hellebuyck-sized hole for the deadline and be like, okay, let's talk. Let's see where you are. If they're out of the playoffs and you're in the playoffs,
their hole won't be any different than it would be right now. They're not changing their goalies.
No,
if it's not a Hellebuyck trade, right?
Right.
So, I guess that would be tougher though. This is why I think I'll tell you this. I think if Hellebuyck's on the Jets at the beginning of the season, I'm done thinking about it because. Again, I need to get Luukkonen off the roster if I'm getting Hellebuyck, and I think that's going to be hard. Unless you think I could spin Luukkonen at the deadline somewhere.
Yes, I would say that is maybe more likely. Let's go to the deadline, and the Sabres are looking to upgrade and go to Luukkonen.
And someone's had a goalie injury around the league.
His five-team list is there. I got the whole Western Conference. If I really want to make it happen, I could give somebody something to take him. Right? I just think that at the deadline it will remain possible. I'm not putting dirt on it unless Winnipeg is good. Period. If Winnipeg is bad and he's just there, he's going to be number one on the trade bait board, and I'm going to be the team that agreed to a deal that didn't get finished. Like, what's different?
You also might have more competition around the league.
That's true.
Right now, one thing that I think benefits the Sabres is there is not a long list of teams that need a goalie and would be looking for a goalie upgrade like that. And by trade deadline time, maybe you could have 6 teams that are looking at a deal like that and see it as more favorable than they would right now. I think it would be a little bit harder to do, and I still am skeptical that he's going to play for them. It hasn't gotten that ugly yet, but the closer it gets to camp time, would it get uglier? How badly does he want to go somewhere else?
Yeah.
Because it sounds like he wants to go. And if the Jets are treating it like, we're just going to not really worry about this, and we're not getting what we want, so let's go into the year. Hellebuyck needs to start making them uncomfortable. He needs to say, you're not doing that. You better trade me before the start of the year, or we're going to have a problem.
How much is this, should we think it mirrors the A.J. Brown trade? It's going to happen. Oh, it's not happening. It's going to happen. It's agreed to. Oh, it's not happening. There it is.
Yeah. Well,
it was so obvious that people didn't even react to it the day it happened because the reaction had already been baked in.
But I think we knew there was a deal done. We were waiting for a certain date because of cap stuff.
Yeah.
This is a little different, but I think it's similar vibes. There was big news in hockey, by the way, while we were talking to Mitchell.
Yes, out of Detroit.
Yzerman's done. No longer general manager or president of hockey operations. He's now an advisor to the owner, which to me means we don't want to say you were fired.
Right. Steve Yzerman now has the same role in an organization that Kevin Adams does.
In Boston.
Senior advisor.
Or John Davidson does right here in Buffalo right now.
The Yzer plan. It did not work.
No.
Why did it not work?
Well, he signed a lot of middle-of-the-road free agents along the way. Not top guys. And why it's ending here, how much of it is their star player and their captain is like, I'm done. I wonder if he gets fired if Larkin doesn't demand a trade. And is this instead of trading Larkin? Is Larkin now open to staying because Yzerman?
Well, they're going to have.
Did he make it?
They're going to have to hire a new GM.
I know, but was any of it me against him? Like they were very uncomfortable contract negotiations a couple of years ago between those two sides, and if that bitterness was left over, and they fired the guy that you had a problem with, who is also a legend of the franchise, and if any portion of that from the Red Wings was, we did this because we want to keep you, then I wonder if there's a way back.
It smells like that to me because Friedman, when this all was going down, reported that their relationship was not good. Larkin and Yzerman did not speak. If you remember last year, after the season ended, Larkin made some comments in his sort of season-ending press conference where he was like, we felt like we could have used some help with a trade. Like, basically called Yzerman out in the media publicly and said, well, this guy didn't get us any help. That's why we, tanked at the end of the year and missed, which I'm sure Yzerman went up to him and said, well, dude, you're the captain, so you better figure that out without blaming me not making a bigger trade for you. And I think it deteriorated pretty significantly because, as you mentioned, Yzerman is a legend in that franchise, and there's a reason he was a hyper competitor, and he was a psycho, and he is a psycho. He's known to be pretty crazy even in that job, and I think that became a problem between him and Larkin, and this stinks. Maybe they want to keep him because if they're firing the guy that was really the biggest wedge in the whole relationship, I could totally see Larkin going back and saying, listen, if you hire somebody that's going to fix this and make this team decent and not be, mean to me or whatever, then I'm cool staying. So I'm very curious where this all leads.
803-0550 is our phone number. Jeremy and Joe, Owen Parker, Joe Cali both here. We'll get a break in. When we return, let's talk about that road trip we were just talking about in the group chat.
I'm in.
Is it a stupid idea? We'll let the see what the chat thinks. Would it be a stupid idea to go on this road trip? We'll get you the details coming up. Jeremy Wood here for AAA and I have a standard for DJ Moore that I think we could maybe apply. You can agree or you cannot. When putting together the all Allen team, the best team Josh Allen ever played with, Carl asked me to put out 3 receivers.
Yeah. Okay.
3 receivers.
I'm going to guess that you went with Diggs, obviously.
I did.
You went with Cole Beasley.
I did.
And John Brown.
Not quite.
Emmanuel Sanders?
Yes.
Okay.
I went with Diggs, Beasley, and Sanders. And then I immediately realized they were all here at the same time.
They were.
They had them all at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And, we keep going. And who's the best tight end? I said, Dawson Knox. It's 4. They were all here at the same time.
Right, yeah.
I'm going availability, and Knox.
All right, yeah.
In this scenario, we're playing 11 personnel, so I need my tight end to block.
Yep.
They had it all together at the same time. And should DJ Moore be in that group of receivers? Maybe. Does he have to be better than Emmanuel Sanders? How's that
He has to be better than Emmanuel Sanders. Yes.
Emmanuel Sanders was good.
Yes, he was.
His production might not have been crazy. I mean, he's like the third option there. He went for 626 yards, but, yards per catch, Sanders did it on 42 catches. So he has to be more productive than Emmanuel Sanders.
Yeah.
Will he be better than Emmanuel Sanders? To me, Sanders was better than Gabe Davis, of course, and Davis is in this conversation too. But for DJ Moore, the goal is that if you asked this question next year, he would be on the list. That's it. You don't have to be as good as Diggs.
Yep.
But you probably have to be the best outside receiver they've had other than Diggs. Just be second. Better than Cooper was. Better than Mac Hollins was. Better than
Gabe Davis was.
It's a pretty low bar, But there it is. That's the bar. Next year, if Carl asks me to do the same thing, I get to confidently, easily say, all right, well, Diggs, Beasley, Moore, and just move right along and erase the history of everybody else.
I mean, I would say it's likely that will happen, won't it?
Yeah, I'm optimistic that it probably will.
I don't want to just go, he has to clear 742 yards, and then, bam, it's made the list. Davis had a season, actually maybe 2, where he had more yardage than that, and I wouldn't put Gabe Davis on that list above Sanders or John Brown. And you're not doing that either there, because John Brown had a 1,000-yard season with Josh Allen, and Sanders did not. But what are the odds that Moore looks like an obvious upgrade, or is at least on par with those 2 guys? Which is not superstar.
No.
It's just, this guy's pretty good. And he gets open, and he makes tough enough catches, and he's got a speed element to his game, and he looks dangerous out there. And it doesn't look like, they're just throwing him the ball because they have nobody else to throw the ball to. That would be a standard for Moore on that. I think really he just has to be as good as those 2 with more targets.
All right, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Jeremy and Joe. So, you know how when something happens in the world of, well, just the world, and the reaction will be like, oh, I wasn't aware everyone online is all of a sudden a real estate expert or is some sort of infectious disease expert. This also happens with our YouTube chat, right? We discuss a topic, and I find out that the chat knows everything there is to know about this topic.
Yeah.
Someone in there is going to know everything there is to know. So I fully anticipate that with this. It's not exactly a controversial topic, but whatever. Are we going to go on a road trip? So the news is regarding The Odyssey, Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey, who I love Christopher Nolan. I watched a interview with him. He's asked like a bunch of yes or no questions. It's very silly, but yes or no questions. Is it okay to watch a film on a phone? Is it okay to do this? Is it okay? And like a little fun interview, yes or no. And he answered every single question the way I wanted him to answer it. I'm like, I love this guy. It's a random aside. Anyway, he filmed The Odyssey in the IMAX 70 millimeter format.
Yeah.
And I think we're now there are only 41 cinemas on Earth that can show it that way.
Right. That have a screen that can do it.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can have, it's filmed in IMAX, but there's the 70 millimeter IMAX, and that is only in 41 cinemas on Earth. 26 of them are in the U.S.
Yeah.
And when I first saw the story, I thought, like, oh, okay, well, that's interesting. I probably won't care that much. Then I went to look at the list of the cinemas.
Yeah.
And one's in Rochester.
Yeah.
So should we just...
I'm also presently looking. There are 7 in Canada.
Oh, is there one closer?
Oh.
If we go to
Toronto. Almost there.
Go to the border.
Toronto wouldn't be closer.
No.
I mean, it's not that far.
What's your business in Canada? We're going to the movies.
We just really like the popcorn.
How long do you expect to stay? Oh, 4 hours.
All right, Mississauga is the closest in
Mississauga?
Canada.
All right, Rochester.
That's further. Rochester.
Rochester.
Yeah.
Rochester has a 70 millimeter.
Yeah.
For The Odyssey.
I say we do it.
I'm in.
Boys do a road trip?
I'm in.
I mean, it's a 3-hour movie, and then previews.
Including an hour drive each way.
Yeah, so all of a sudden it's like a long round of golf.
It's a day.
Including a lot of previews.
That's a day.
I think I saw something that the full IMAX ones don't have previews. I might have read something that said
really
there's only like a pre-attached Dune 3 preview, and that's it.
You have caught my attention. I am interested.
I saw this on Twitter yesterday. I meant to send it to you, and I gotta see if this is true.
Okay.
Because if that is, then like we have to do it just out of respect.
We have one in Rochester.
Yes, we do.
All right. It's getting rave reviews.
Yes. Are we sure that it won't be completely sold out at this one theater?
I'm already on my way to that. I'm expecting it to be.
It is.
Yes.
It is not. Tickets are just available.
There are no previews. It starts at the exact start time, reportedly.
For the IMAX or for all
70 millimeter.
Do I have to pay double for that?
Wow. All right. Don't be late, folks.
Come on now.
Yeah, you're right. There are just
no previews.
Thank goodness I said that.
I was told we can't. I'm sorry. I was told we can't have that in society. I was told it was no. How are these movies ever going to advertise? I was told that was not okay. I'm over here, just holding grudges.
Look at that. They are just available during the day.
I mean, I'm in. I don't got to do anything on Friday.
I mean, IMAX is also always awesome.
Yes,
but 70 millimeter and one of the things that online showed, like, this is what it looks like in regular IMAX. Here's what it's going to look like in 70 millimeter. Basically, your screen is bigger. The aspect ratio is correct. Right. Is that what we're getting at here?
Yeah,
it fills the entire thing.
Right. It's the ratio that he films it in versus what most of these theaters are equipped to sort of deal with and do. And so I think he films these with these theaters in mind. And
right.
So it's just it will look cooler. It will just be cooler.
Yeah.
I saw, not on the 70 millimeter, but I saw that for the 10-year anniversary of Interstellar, they did a showing for a week at IMAXs across the country. And I saw Interstellar at IMAX after seeing the movie a bunch of times before that. like a few months ago or a year ago, however long ago that was, and it was like the first time I'd ever seen the movie.
Yeah.
It was so much better than just watching it.
And
it was incredible.
What I'm hearing about this movie is that it's similarly like visually incredible.
Yeah.
Right.
Like to watch as a spectacle. And so, Oppenheimer was that way too in a lot of ways. But this, I think, maybe is even a step further than that, which is pretty exciting.
I'm all in for an Odyssey to the Odyssey.
Oh, an Odyssey. Yeah, we
An
go
Odyssey to the Odyssey.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
Are they selling like Trojan horse popcorn buckets?
They are.
They are?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I might need one of those.
I need to. I've got one of the Barbenheimer posters from. I went and saw it at the North Park, and they were making they had custom posters. It's actually pretty sweet.
The dude makes good movies.
He does make great movies.
Makes great movies.
So you all let me know. I'll see if I can. I got a 2-month-old and multiple golf trips in the next month planned.
You are.
That's because that is a day. That's a 6-hour.
I know.
I'm just gonna be gone from 11 a.m. to I'll be back for dinner.
Yeah.
Maybe. Traffic,
It's tough.
That's long.
I'm with you. That's tough. You're off on Friday for the member guest tournament you're playing in.
Yes.
And I would just like to say that I appreciate that we have jobs where it is socially acceptable to take days off to play in a member guest.
Yes. Well, we've all done it.
We've all done it. I'm doing
We've
it.
all
I'm
done
doing it the following week.
Yes, you are back-to-back Fridays.
It's like if there were a form, like what are you missing for? Like illness, member guest tournament. Oh no, check the box. I'm playing golf.
Absolutely.
I'm going to be a member guest. Yeah.
It's an excused absence.
It's not just to play golf, right? It is.
No,
it's
right.
a whole nother level.
It's golf tournament.
Yes. It is like it is the closest thing to a major for an amateur golfer.
That's right.
Right.
That's right. Yeah.
This is my This every year. This is Augusta for me.
Yeah, your Masters
or the U.S. Open.
Yeah. When you told me I'm off on Friday, oh okay, and I would never ask, and then it's the member guest. Oh, congratulations.
Right. Okay.
It's like getting an invite.
You're right. Yeah. Oh,
you are invited.
Good luck.
Good luck. I have not won one, and you have, so there's an extra appeal to
That's
you could retire. I mean, you could just go out on top if you really wanted to.
I've got the Delaware Open.
As the Delaware Open, I saw there's a citywide tournament coming up. There's one that's this weekend. You think?
I'm playing Sunday in the Delaware Open.
There's another one. The City Championship, I want to say. Hold on, let me pull up some details for you here. Yes, the City Championship, September 4th and 5th, 2-day event, scratch at Delaware.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
September 4th and 5th. That's Labor Day-ish, right?
Right.
I'm going to check the calendar. I mean, what am I doing? Entering a scratch tournament like I'm going to win? What am I, insane? It's a Friday, Saturday.
Does Christopher Nolan movies, are they allowed to be that actor's movie? Is there a chance this could be known as Matt Damon's best movie? Or is it's not a Matt Damon movie because it's a Christopher Nolan movie?
No, Matt Damon's too big for it to be Matt Damon.
Right.
A Matt
I think
Damon
that's
movie.
right. I think it could be a Holland movie, though, for him to, not just be Spider-Man.
Sure, but he's not the main character, so this won't be a Tom Holland movie.
No, I mean, but I think it will go in
his best performance,
for his sort of logs as okay, there's a
right.
real
exactly.
That's not that Spider-Man's not real, it's awesome, but it's not the same thing.
See, because I feel even though with other Nolan, I would say if you ask me right now what's Matthew McConaughey's best movie, Interstellar would be my answer.
Well, there's a point.
That's
what's his best movie versus it's a him movie. A great point to make about Interstellar is, and this might be a point about Nolan movies as we talk movies here. If you think we're idiots, that's fine. His movies are so good that they don't get overpowered by the star.
Right.
Interstellar is an absolute parade of stars.
Mm-hmm. You wouldn't call it a...
You forget Timothée Chalamet is in it.
Right.
because, he is. It's just incredible actors and actresses.
Okay, so if I said, what's McConaughey's best movie, you could answer that. But if I said, what's the best McConaughey movie?
You would say, did McConaughey win an Oscar for Dallas Buyers Club?
Yeah.
So, you'd say,
like Mud.
But is Interstellar a McConaughey movie? The same way is The Odyssey a Matt Damon movie?
Fair.
It might be his best movie, but it's not a Damon movie.
Fair question. I have to see it. Have you seen the interview McConaughey did about how he wanted to stop becoming a rom-com guy?
Yeah. And he's I just stopped accepting
offers.
No,
but I think he did pretty well.
Yeah. He said, I'll relay the story poorly, but he basically said that, he'd done all the rom-coms and a script came in, and he said, I'm not going to do it.
And they offered him
offered him more money. He said, I'm not going to do it. I want to be a real actor. I think I can do this and do real movies, and the scripts kept coming in for rom-coms, and the money got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and he kept saying no.
And then True Detective came.
And then, then came some real offers, and then like, oh, there it is. Okay, he did it.
Right.
And he became like, he won an Oscar. Like,
He's incredible.
Yep. So, I'm not the biggest Matt Damon fan. I don't dislike Matt Damon.
No?
I think I don't think no. I'm just saying I'm not the biggest fan. Doesn't mean I do not like this person. You know, it's not like Matt Damon's in a movie I'm gonna go see it, but he's pretty.
I think
Matt Damon neutral.
I think his hit rate's pretty high.
I would say I'm
like
above
Matt
neutral
Damon.
because I feel like every good.
That's probably right. I'm
Like
looking
is his hit rate for how good a movie is like 100?
It's pretty good. It's
Rounders, The Martian.
Rounders is tremendous. The Martian's
really
good.
Rounders is
He's
great.
in Interstellar, by the way.
He is.
And his character is awesome in it.
Yes, it is.
Goodwill. Like what's a bad Matt Damon? There's got to be one out there.
There-
I just haven't seen it.
Did you see the Air movie with him in it?
I did not yet.
The Michael Jordan
Oh
shoe?
yes, incredible.
That was a great movie.
Right. It's a movie about sneakers, and it's incredible.
Yeah.
We're forgetting about The Great Wall, where he plays like a samurai
Did
guy.
not
It's-
did not
didn't
see
see
it.
it is a
Bad or good?
It's a dumpster fire.
Oh, okay.
It's
All right, we
So
found
maybe
one.
maybe not 100%.
horrifically bad.
Because like The Departed's good, Saving Private Ryan's great, Ford vs Ferrari is incredible.
That's great.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that
He's
movie.
in Oppenheimer. That's great.
The Ocean's movies are great.
The Great Wall.
Yeah,
This
The
is the
Great
one?
Wall is a
You got to watch that tonight.
it's a problem.
Looking at a list of his movies. Was We Bought a Zoo good?
No.
No.
I mean, it's
I liked it
it's-
as a kid.
No?
You know?
It's, you know,
I hated that movie.
We Bought a Zoo.
it is what it is. Let's say that.
Which is
there's
what?
he's in a downsizing. He's in a movie where a guy shrinks, which there's 75 of.
All right. Maybe I'll go back
that's
on
great.
every. He's 100%. Maybe he's like 95%. We Bought a Zoo 71 on Rotten Tomatoes. Are you over here to like it's the worst movie ever made? That's good.
Yeah.
He was in Thor Ragnarok, I guess.
Does Rotten Tomatoes have actor scores? You said they should.
Ooh, that's
They should have actor scores.
great
That's the next. That's the
idea.
next development.
That's a great idea.
Who would have the highest Rotten Tomato just
Average
actor score, an
Rotten
actress
Tomato
score?
I don't think they have it. No.
That's
Does
a
like
really good point.
IMDb have something like that? Yeah, actor ratings like QBR, but for actors.
Right.
8030550. Just had a buddy text me that there's an IMAX in Williamsville. Just to be clear, if anybody wasn't clear, 70 millimeter IMAX. There is not one in Buffalo.
Yeah, it's
We have IMAX.
It's a specific
and IMAX is great.
screen.
But the 70 millimeter, there are only 41 in the world. There is one in Rochester.
Okay, there's no rating, but there is a IMDb star meter.
All right.
But I think it's just a ranking, like where you rank in the world.
Right.
And he is 22nd right now.
Oh, 22nd?
Yeah.
Give me 1 through 20. Who's ahead of him?
Sorry, I'm not a subscriber to IMDb Pro, so I cannot tell you who the top 21 are.
I've got a top 100 actors from IMDb.
You are a subscriber to IMDb.
Are you
Pro.
upset at the existence of IMDb Pro?
I have it bundled actually with Disney Plus.
Right.
I just don't.
It's in with the insurance.
I've got it
too,
somewhere
'cause
in there.
that's
As I've got all these things.
I got it free with my new phone for a year.
Right.
Yeah.
My refrigerator came with a subscription to IMDb Pro.
How many things could they possibly provide on IMDb Pro?
Right.
One thing we want.
True.
That list. All right, we'll get a break in. Extendo Sports coming up here on WGR.
What were you telling me about man coverage and receivers yesterday?
The thing about the Bills.
Yeah.
I was looking to see, because I forgot why we were talking about it, but I went to receptionperception.com to see Matt Harmon's latest grades. He's got a lot of the new players. His yearly grades are out.
I heard him on with he was on with Mike Schopp on ADP chasing yesterday, ship chasing.
Matt Harmon, the godfather of receiver evaluation, and if you have a subscription to Reception Perception, you get with this stuff. I love the work that he does. Really cool, breaking down receivers by role, by route, how they do it. Anyway, the thing that I found was whatever, I'll just say what it was, that the Bills still do not have a receiver on the roster that beats man coverage at a 50%. 50% at a 50th percentile. Sorry.
Right. They don't have a guy who's in the top half of the league.
They do not have a guy still. DJ Moore is on the team and is an upgrade of what they had.
Yeah.
But in terms of just beating man coverage, they do not have a receiver that does it above the 50th percentile. Now, man coverage is not everything.
No, it's played less than zone coverage.
It is. It's played less than zone. The Bills, though, faced a lot of man.
Yeah.
A kind of silly amount of man coverage because Josh Allen's your quarterback, and it was a sign that we can't, the receivers can't get open. So they still might see a lot of man, and there are teams that might think, yeah, DJ Moore's better. We still have the horses to do it. So while zone is played primarily in the league, the Bills saw a lot of man, and I don't know that will change.
Yeah, Allen used to have incredible splits against man coverage early in his career, and the Bills wouldn't see it a whole lot, but why was that? Because they had Diggs, and because they had Brown and Sanders and Beasley, and they had a team full of receivers that were good against it. Right? Isn't that all defenses are doing? It doesn't have nothing to do with Josh Allen. Because, again, Allen was the best quarterback in football once upon a time against man coverage. But you had a bunch of receivers that were good against it, and now you don't. So now what are defenses doing? We're going to play man coverage against you. We're going to run one guy one-on-one against Keon Coleman out here, and we're going to cover Shakir in the slot, and we're just going to match up one-on-one and believe that you can't get open and force Allen to make perfect passes. All right, Extendo Sports. Iserman stepping down. I don't like how Friedman is wording it. That Iserman got fired. Right? They took him out back. They like him enough, and he is a respected enough person in that community and organization that they're not going to say that they fired Steve Iserman.
Right.
But you're an advisor to the owner. You basically don't work there anymore.
Yeah, a.k.a. you've got the owner's phone number.
Right.
That's all. He got fired.
You're going to go live in Florida, and the owner's going to text you once in a while about, did you see the game last night?
Yeah.
Advisor.
Right. And I think probably because he ruined the relationship with the local boy captain.
Yeah.
And the team has been pretty bad for a lot of years. So, he wasn't maybe really that good at the job anyways.
And also, the statements from the owner about this makes it sound like he was fired. Everything is in the past tense.
Yeah.
And Steve Eisman, lifetime of contribution. He's talking about it like he's all
done.
over. Mostly. So, he said, clearly we are not where we and our fans expect to be as an organization. I'm looking forward to bringing in new leadership to build the championship caliber organization Hockeytown deserves. That's what you say after you fired a guy.
Yeah. Not the guy stepping down.
Who's available for them? Could be anybody, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of names out there that just missed out on Vancouver, Nashville, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Kevin Adams.
Maybe Tom Fitzgerald, first name that pops into my head. He didn't get the Nashville gig.
Yep.
He's been around it, built New Jersey. They were decent. Maybe. Something like that. So
if Larkin stays in Detroit, what does that mean for Robertson? Because the smoke the last couple of days has been that's the move Dallas would want to make. Dallas wants to do Robertson for Larkin.
I would be surprised if that gets done at this point, wouldn't
Right.
you? I mean,
Same.
now at this point, I think everything is sort of up in the air for them, whether Larkin's even there or not.
So where's Dallas? Are they going to pay?
They're at
stuck, aren't they?
I think we're either going to have to go to Arb with this kid and probably get over a barrel, or we're going to have to find another partner to do the dance with.
They're in trouble if that happens because they only have $10.6 million in cap space, and an arbiter is going to give Robertson more than 10.6.
He's getting 13 at least.
So they have work to do.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess they would get it on a 1-year deal, and they could just dump one guy and make it work for a year. But even that's tough. I'm looking at the roster.
Then that number is going to get bigger, and you're going to have to fit that in. And they're in trouble.
The only guy that makes sense to clear the space, even to give him the arbitration award, is Matt Duchene, and Matt Duchene is a full no movement clause.
Right.
So you're going to have to work with him.
Right.
Or somebody else big.
Yep. They got problems. Anaheim's got problems. Gautier's going to need a deal, and he's not going to be happy about taking much less than Carlson is because he's very similar player.
$15 million probably.
At least, I would
for him.
think.
Yeah, I agree with that.
They're in trouble.
Did you see Scott Wheeler's prospect rankings of The Athletic yesterday?
Consta way down there.
Yeah, he was in Tier 3.
How?
Oslin was in Tier 4. Kulik was not in the top 100.
I don't know how you see Helenius do what he did and not have him at least in not. I don't know.
Yeah, he wrote something about how sometimes he doesn't always look engaged, and that's where I scratch my head because I never have seen that out of him.
I think he's always sort of in it and makes everybody furious that he plays.
There's a Marchand element.
Yeah, I don't know. To be fair with these things, it's very hard to watch all these players.
Fair.
And sometimes you catch a bad sample size, and that's it.
Right.
And
or sometimes you catch a small sample size and you end up being right, like how I watched one OHL game of Alex Nylander before he was drafted and thought this kid stinks, and then he ended up stinking.
There you go.
So sometimes it works out. All right, that's it for us. Back tomorrow. Stay tuned. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show next on WGR.